it's harder to say with buffalo because there's not as much of a set breeding cycle, but the first buffalo calf and things like that. And once the first one or two has been seen, then it's the first 4 or 5, then all of a sudden the floodgates open and there's the little youngsters all over the place. It's amazing to see the next generation coming through. And you look at these buffaloes like this, and you think they're not really... yeah, I'll get back to that now. Earth Lover, in terms of your question, in terms of the age that the horns start to curl, obviously there's going to be genetic differences of individual to individual. There'll always be with that with every type of species. But if you look at sort of, after sort of 2 years or so, they should start to curl. The males' horns are obviously going to be bigger, the type of boss. But I mean, if we look in this frame now of this buffalo that's got the mud on the face, you can see how curled and sort of rounded those horns are. That's much more so compared to, let me pan to the left here, there's another female, there we go, all the way on the left hand side, who's just having a look to see, is that a female? It might even be a male. Looks like a lot of horn sort of mass there, how those horns come out to the side and then they're curled up. So generally it's going to be after a few years that they'll start to curl, but it's going to be genetic differences that play a factor as well. But thanks for the question. Let's take you across to Amakhala, to Andrew, and see what he's up to that side of the world.
We've managed to find some plain zebra just in the western section of Amakhala, just west of Ngoni Road. And we often see them out here, and it's actually quite a nice view. We have noticed that there's one zebra that is pretty much whiter than the rest of them. See that? Definitely stands out quite a bit. And I'm not sure if you remember with Morgan, but we saw zebra without the stripes on the legs. The front legs. The back legs had stripes, but not the front legs. It's quite interesting. It's got some hardy-dars calling, and I heard a black-collared barbet, and there's also a southern boo-boo making some whistling sounds. Ah, look at that zebra having a good old scratch. I love it when they do this. It's the perfect tree to do it. Definitely having a good time, it seems. Great one. So I hope you all enjoyed the Sunrise Safari, the first one of the year 2023. I must say, we had a lot of fun out there. We got a nice sighting of the lions, which is always nice. And we hope that you all have a fantastic year further. Thank you for all your support yet again, and all your love. And we will see you in this afternoon sunset safari. Thanks everybody. Have a great one. Cheerio.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature on the new year, and Happy New Year to everyone. I hope everyone has had a brilliant end to 2022, and I hope you're all ready for 2023, and I know and believe it's going to be an absolute amazing year. Of course, how can it not be with all of these beautiful animals? My name is Lisa, and I will be your waterhole naturalist for the day. And very excited to see what we will be seeing today. We've got an Egyptian goose. I almost said geese. An Egyptian goose that has just been having an absolute splash. Very, very set on cleaning itself. I assume it's, New Year's resolution is to just be in tip-top shape, be beautiful and clean. And yes, as you can see, very, very set on preening itself. But other than that, it's pretty peaceful and quiet here at Gowrie Dam in Djuma. And it seems like it's actually going to be a little bit overcast today, but we'll see what the weather does with us. But what do I know? Let us ask the weatherman. So we shall see what that brings for the day in terms of animal sightings. But of course, as always, we have no expectations from Mother Nature. We enjoy absolutely everything that we get to see out here at our various waterholes and locations. But today we will be discussing New Year's resolutions and what our New Year's resolutions are. So please remember, we are live, we are interactive, and we always love hearing from all of you. So please do send through your questions, comments, everything you might want to chat about today. And of course, your New Year's resolutions. As I mentioned, we would love to, of course, plan ahead and plan 2023 for ourselves. But I think one thing we often forget to do is thinking, what changes can we make for others? And when I say others, I mean other people, but specifically also, of course, animals. So let me know what your New Year's resolutions will be. Lily, good morning. You are saying you are just so happy to escape to nature on the first day of the year. And I could not agree with you more. Honestly, I do believe it is going to be an absolute brilliant year. And whatever comes our way, whether it's in your personal life or in your work life, I definitely think we can do it. I think we have, as Homo sapiens, we have endured enough over the past few years not to be able to handle anything by now. But thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. We really appreciate you spending your time and your day with us. And let us just take a look-see around and see what else is happening. James, good morning. You would like to know what is my New Year's resolution? Well, it is the usual cliche that everyone has, getting fit, getting in shape. But no, in terms of animals, I would really like to start volunteering at an SPCA or an animal shelter or something like that, just to be able to sort of get in touch with, with everything really. Last night my better half was asking me, why do you think you want to do that? Obviously he knew, but he wanted to know, why do I think I wanted to do that? And I said to him, I can't be preaching every day about helping animals and making a difference, and I don't think I do enough. So definitely that. And then, yes, as I say, just trying my absolute best to be a better person, I guess, which is, of course, not always easy. We are, in fact, human, and we are not going to. That is one thing I do want to really, really emphasize is, at the end of the day, we are human, and we are not going to meet our New Year's resolutions every single day. But as long as we keep trying, that is the important thing. But yes, definitely volunteering at an animal shelter. And I think for me personally as well, making more time for my family. I think, and this is one thing that's always sort of bothered me, is, when the festive season comes, then we're also focused on seeing family. And yes, we're having a dinner or a reunion or whatever the case is. But I've never really understood why we only do it this time of the year. So definitely, making more time for my family and friends and other people in general as well. But yes, that so far is, I'll probably think of 5,000 more today. But that is some of them. But please do let me know what yours are.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Alrighty, but it seems fairly quiet here in Juma. So I think let's head on over to the beautiful Okukuyo and see what is happening there. And what would a new year be without an Egyptian goose squawking in the background? It is really, really so peaceful so far. I mean, I've been checking the waterhole probably for the past 45 minutes, and apart from I think 2 zebras, all of the animals are sleeping in. I think they probably had a massive party or festival, or I don't know what it is that animals do for New Year's. But it seems it kept them up till late, and they are a little bit delayed as to greeting us at the waterhole. There we are. You see, 2 zebras are awake. They probably did not go to the party. I actually asked my mom what did they do, because they are on the Kruger right now, and I asked them, what did you do for New Year's? And she said, no, they went to bed at 11. And I was like, what? Why don't you just stay awake for that 1 hour and then do the whole, woohoo, Happy New Year, and then go to bed? But I don't know, maybe that's what these zebras did as well. And I actually have to say, the one thing that I was really saddened by and disappointed about last night is the fireworks. And I mean, I know that's something that is not going to be going away anytime soon, because that is part of how people celebrate and all of that. But I was just so like, our dog was really terrified. She was just lying on the bed, and I sort of just held her ears just to try and help her. But yes, definitely, again, touching on the subject of we can do better, and we can definitely do more for animals. And again, it doesn't just have to be animals in the wild. It can be domestic animals. Ooh, what is that? Just bear with me. I think I see a bird. Oh, I got very excited there for a moment. I thought it's our Kori bustard. But you can see the zebra on the right hand side. Just in front of it, there's an Egyptian goose. The one that's obviously responsible for all of the noise. Mark, good morning. You would like to know, do zebras have a symbiotic relationship with oxpeckers? Yes. And I say that with hesitation just because it's not something I've seen too often. But of course, you know, oxpeckers do perch on pretty much any animal that's going to have a tick or parasite on them, apart from, I mean, lions or something like that. That will be pretty funny to see an oxpecker on a lion. I would actually pay good money to see that. But yes, definitely. Oxpeckers are, of course, you know, very, very good helpers in nature by feeding off of the ticks and the parasites on animals which are found. But what a lot of people have a misconception about is that they feed off the ticks and parasites, you know, for the ingestion of insects. It's not for that reason particularly. Oxpeckers are actually very dependent on blood So that is why they go for ticks and stuff like that. Because of course ticks feast on blood. So often when you see an oxpecker, going for an animal with a wound, it's actually for that blood as well coming out of the wound constantly, and then it can actually be a parasitic relationship, as opposed to mutual symbiotic relationship. So every now and again we actually recently saw that as well with that buffalo in Juma that was injured. The the oxpeckers just constantly kept pecking at that wound for the blood. And then, of course, the ticks and everything that is also coming out of it. And I am very excited to see what we will see today. Yesterday evening, we actually saw, it was literally at the end of Sunset Drive, a beautiful big herd of elands, and they had a lot of calves with them. I think there were at least 10 babies with them, and they all came down for water. So, of course, elands is not a common sighting here in Ukukweyo, for me at least. So I was very, very excited about that. Oh, and then I finally got my herd of elephants with their babies. I did not see the tiny, tiny baby, the Nunu. But I did see a herd of elephants. So, of course, my year was made last night. And it's always good to end a day with elephants. And then, of course, the elands were really the cherry on top of the cake. But hopefully, with this weather, we might get lucky with a predator today. I don't want to jinx it or anything, but you never know. Just want to have a look-see around and see if anyone is perhaps going to be appearing from the tree line. Perhaps a feline in the tree line. That would be lovely. But no, today we are just going to take it easy, enjoy it. I mean, it is a Sunday after all, so we can just enjoy absolutely anything and everything that we see today. But also, please do let me know what all of you were up to last night. Did you go into the new year with a bash? Did you perhaps just take it easy? My father watched movies and apparently was woken by the fireworks. So then he was just also like, Happy New Year, woohoo, go back to sleep. I was actually watching series. I was very set on not sleeping before midnight. So I watched series, and then as soon as it was New Year's, I did the whole woohoo party at my house, and then I went to bed. But what were all of you up to last night? And wherever you find yourself, whether you were in South Africa, if you were in South Africa, I do not hope you were on the roads. There were a lot of vehicles on the roads last night. Or perhaps if you find yourself in the States, or wherever you find yourself, what did you do going into the new year? Beverly, you would like to know what is a bird that I would like to see this year that I've never seen before. Ooh, that's a tricky one. An arena trogon, that would be lovely. I've not yet seen one of them. And then there is also a certain vulture. I just have to get the name of it. I think it's a palm nut vulture. Just bear with me. Yes, indeed. Palm nut vulture and Egyptian vulture. I would not mind seeing them. But of course, you know, there's a lot of birds still that I also have to still cross off my list that I've never ever seen in my life. And that is the beauty, again, as I say every single day about nature. You can have gone to Kruger, for instance, for 50 years of your life, and there will still be a bird, a sound, a smell, something you have not yet experienced before. So yes, those would be mine. But let me know what yours would be. It's always interesting to hear what other people... Oh, and a trumpeter hornbill. That one I have also not yet seen for myself. I've seen them, of course, you know, on footage and all of that, but not yet for myself. But you never know. Every day is a new experience and something we might see. I would love to see a kill here in Okokoyo. I would love to see some cats in Mashatu. And then, what else? What will I want to see in Djuma? Yeah, I think my Djuma request is very, very easy. I would like to see some hyenas on the Djuma Dam Cam. I mean, I know they are often seen by our zoomies, but I myself have not spotted hyena on the Djuma Dam Cam yet. So hopefully. I mean, that's a fairly easy request, I hope. But other than that, as I say, I'm happy every day, because every day is a new experience and something new to experience. But we shall see. Very odd that it's just two zebras. Of course, we know that they form harems, and you will have breakaways or males that haven't established harems yet. It's a little bit tricky for me to see right now. They camouflage so well amongst these rocks. But I'm not too sure if it is female or male, these two. I will have a look-see now as soon as they come close to the water hole. But you can definitely see even they are confused and wondering where the other animals are. They are not really sure why they are the only ones here. What happened? Perhaps they don't know it's the new year. Oh gosh. I will not be breaking that news to them. I'm very sorry. I have not yet been kicked by a zebra, but I'm not going to start in the new year, so shan't be me. Jeez. I think this is the most Egyptian goose action we've had here in Ukokoyo. But while we wait for the animals, please do let me know what you are up to for the new year, or on New Year's Eve, I should say. And of course, you know, we all find ourselves in different places in the world. So perhaps, you know, you were way ahead of South Africa. Perhaps you were a little bit behind. I know when I was living in the States, that was the biggest, it was the most confusing thing for me, because I think we were 6 or 7 hours behind. And so when I would phone back home, my parents or my friends or whatever, I could never, you know, really fathom that thing of, okay, but how are you doing that? I just woke up. How are you already halfway through your day? But what were you up to for New Year's? Were you just staying home, chilling? Were you perhaps out with friends or family? And then, of course, after that, we will be chatting a little bit about our New Year's resolutions and what we can do to make a change this year. And I think it's always so easy, you know, for us as humans to say, okay, well, on the first day of the year, this is my New Year's resolutions. This is what I'm going to be achieving. And these are my goals to, you know, be successful in my career or be successful in my relationship. But I don't think we often enough, you know, think about the bigger picture and how we can contribute to someone else's life or to Mother Nature, or, you know, just making a small difference, which eventually will be, of course, a massive, massive difference. It's really like these zebras are not sure. Are they early or are they late? Well, I will keep observing the beautiful Ukokoyo and ask the animals very nicely to come say Happy New Year to all of you. But in the meantime, I see we do have a visitor in Djuma, so let's head on over there. Happy New Year, elephant! And thank you so much for gracing us with your presence, you beautiful beast. Oh man, what an awesome way to start the year. And of course we've got one of our wonderful zoomies helping us out on the dam cam. Oh, but what a beautiful elephant this is. Stunning tusks. And of course, yesterday in Okakuyo, we also saw those 2 pairs of bulls. So this is generally what elephant bulls do, is they sort of move with the herd and they break away a little bit, and then they might meet up with another herd. But this is truly a beautiful bull in terms of the tusks. And again, I know we are, as naturalists, we often say this, it's rather difficult to age an elephant, because you can look at the body size, and then you can look at the tusks and all of that, and the ears. But I mean, I used to work with an elephant. He had the largest tusks, but in terms of his body size, he was still, you could see he was still growing. And that elephant, I think this was about 3 years ago. By that time, he was only 17 years old. So it really does depend. It seems like our Juma cam is giving us a little bit of issues, or the elephant is just standing really, really still. Let's just see. Perhaps he's going to work with us now. I think this elephant just has 1 tusk, actually. It seems. It's a unicorn. Yes, you beautiful. Jade, you would like to know if elephant bulls have bigger tusks or thicker tusks. Well, it really depends with elephants, and we touched a little bit on this yesterday with regards to elephant genetics, and really genetics with all animals. Some animals are really, really large, some animals are a bit smaller depending on the area they find themselves in. But with elephants specifically, it really does depend on their bloodline. I've seen elephant cows with massive tusks, and then bulls in that same herd, not necessarily from the same bloodline, but within that same sort of group with very, very thin tusks. For the most part, you can perhaps say yes, bulls might have thicker tusks, but as I say, that's not really a rule of thumb you can always go on, just merely because of, again, genetics, all of that, just like humans. Some people are very, very tall. Some people have very, very fair skin. But I'll get back to all of that in just a bit. I think let's just go back to Okakuyo for now. My apologies. We are not too sure what is happening. That elephant is just very, very good at freezing. It's like that game that you play that's almost like musical chairs, but when the music stops you have to freeze. You're not allowed to even blink. I think that elephant's playing that game with us, but we'll try to get back to Juma as soon as we can. Of course, our wonderful Zumi will keep an eye on the Ellie, but in the meantime, we've still got our 2 beautiful zebras around. But sorry, just to get back to your question, it really does depend, specifically with elephants. I've seen elephants in Kruger that are huge, that might even be, generations after the tuskers, some of the really, really big tuskers. And then I've worked with elephants that are from Zimbabwe, and they are really, really large. The one's name was actually Sabakwe, and he's a very, very big elephant, and he's got very, very thick tusks. But then again, if you look at some of the other elephants that also came from Zimbabwe, they have much thinner tusks, just like we see with the Elis and Mashatu, just like we saw now with that elephant. If I looked correctly, it seemed like that elephant just had one tusk. So it really does depend. And I really am very, very anxious to see what will be unraveling today, because generally by this time there would have been quite a few, not just animals, but quite a few various species that have come to the waterhole already. But as I say, I don't know if it's perhaps the weather that is playing a role. But by this time we would have seen springbok, oryx, wildebeests even. And for those of you that did not join us yesterday, we had two tiny, tiny, tiny wildebeests. And they were just so, so precious. So hopefully we'll start seeing more wildebeests babies now. And then we are still yet to see some springbok babies and kudu babies. As I say, yesterday I saw some eland babies.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Darcy Miller, you are saying Happy New Year. Thank you, Darcy. And as always, thank you so much for always joining us on all of the adventures. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate all of you that really do make time, out of your day just to spend it with us, whether it's on Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunrise, Sunset Safari. So thank you so much, Darcy Miller. Happy New Year to you too, and Happy New Year to all of you. These zebras are very, very hesitant to come to the water. I have a hypothesis now, a theory. I think there's punch in this water, and the zebras knew that, and that is why all of the animals are sleeping in, because they had too much punch, and the zebras do not want any of the punch, otherwise they know they too will pass out. But anyway, I will see if I can get the gist of it. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you to Liam in Kariga, who's got some glorified cows.
And good morning from the beautiful, lush and slightly overcast Kariga. I got a little bit of cloud cover and a lovely herd of buffalo. Just to introduce myself, my name is Nick. I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. I'm so glad you guys could join in, and we can go along on a safari together and see what we can find. Started off the day with a lovely sunrise, and some cloud cover slowly started to move in, and these buffalo are taking it easy. You can see in the center of the frame we've got a small little calf there. He's kind of been moving around a little bit. He was having a scratch on Mom's back just now, and he's literally just settled down. Small little horns on him as well. But Happy New Year's to everybody. Yeah, wish everybody a great 2023. And what a way to start it with these buffalo here. Oops, sorry about that. Oliver, thanks for the question. In terms of the weight of a buffalo's horns, it's going to differ from male to female. Remember, males have got that big boss in the center where there's a lot more horn mass, horn structure, so the male horns will be heavier. Male horns would be probably around the weight of, I'd say, around 20 to 25 kilos. Quite solid, quite big. You know, it's going to depend upon the age of the animal as well. Remember, the older sort of a male buffalo gets, the bigger the horns will get, and they also harden out. Remember, for like a male buffalo, anything younger than sort of 5 years, the horns are not fully hardened quite yet. So it's going to take them a while. Usually around the age of 6, those horns have hardened out nicely. But you look at a nice sort of 10-year-old male buffalo, a nice big bull, he's going to have quite hefty, quite weighty horns. This little youngster's just got stage fright, just turning his head away from us. Yeah, you can see this bull on the left-hand side of the frame. He's a nice big boy. He's got a little bit of mud on him there, and you can see he's quite a few years old. His horns have hardened out. You can see they've got nice sort of texture to the center of the horns there. When you look at the horns, and it more looks like it's almost like a smoother type of horn, if you can call it that, as opposed to a textured horn. You know, it might not be fully hardened out. And if anyone was watching our sunrise safari with us, I'm still looking for our little red-billed oxpecker amongst the buffaloes here. Haven't seen one quite yet. Yeah, and you can just see with this little calf moving his head around, he's just got small little stubs for horns there. So remember, sort of anywhere from between sort of 6 to 9 months, they're still going to be relatively straight, those horns. And then after that, they'll slowly start to produce that curl and things like that. And then, you know, each individual buffalo is going to have different characteristics in the horns. You know, it's just genetics. Some will have very sort of deep flowing horns. Others will have horns that kind of curl backwards. Others have a very wide spread of horns. Kind of differs from buffalo to buffalo. Oh, it's a lovely day here. There's a few yellow-billed kites flying around. Nice cool temperatures, you know. It's quite easy for these buffaloes here. You know, they don't really need to look for too much shade. It's not quite hot enough to really go and mud wallow. There's no need to really protect their skin and their hide from the harsh sun. So they're in a lovely little spot here. You know, with it being summer and we've had rains and things like that, the grasses are a little bit longer, and I'm sure if they were up and moving, maybe some of the yellow-billed kites and even the little cattle egrets and things like that, they might, you know, keep a close eye on where the buffaloes are moving in the hope that they might disrupt some of the little insects and things like that in the area. There's been a few alarm calls and little wheezes from some of the blesbok and things in the surrounding area, and you can see some of the buffalo just starting to stand up and just have a look around, listen, just see if anything's there. Having a look around myself, I can't seem to see anything for the moment. I think it might be a bit of a case of broken telephone. One animal has given an alarm call, kind of rippled through the area. See one or two blesbok looking in one area. See the buffalo aren't really too phased. Belinda, thanks for the question. In terms of a buffalo's track, what does it look like? It's almost like kidney shaped, really. Two kidneys kind of side by side. Obviously, quite a big track, because it's obviously a big animal supporting the weight of a big animal. But yeah, the shape of it will be sort of a kidney shaped track. And then in terms of when you're looking at the track, obviously if it's on a very hard ground, hard sediment, you're just seeing those two kidneys. And then maybe if a buffalo had to walk in a very sort of soft substrate, maybe like the sand of a riverbed or something like that. Remember, a little bit higher up on the track, you almost similar to like a dew claw of like a cat. If a buffalo had to walk in the soft sand, you would see those two kind of dots behind the track. If the foot kind of moved down into the sand itself. For a big herd of buffaloes like this here, you'd see plenty of tracks. Just having a chuckle looking at this little young buffalo scratching his bum on Mom's back left leg there. Where these buffaloes are right now, the closest tree must be sort of 300 meters away or so. That little buffalo taking his chances there. Now you can see just behind this first buffalo calf that we can see, there is a second one just at the back there. Have a look and see if it pokes its head out and allows us to get a bit of a better view. Just see his head there poking out. This buffalo on the right looks like it's about to give us the full show. Don't know if it's just this angle, but it looks like its tail's lifted up there ready for a little toilet stop. Yeah, so in terms of where this herd of buffalo are now, they're relatively close to Scotia Dam, so kind of a stone's throw away. So if they did get thirsty, they could go and get some nice water to drink there. There is one or two nice little mud wallows around if they did want to get stuck into any of the mud. So they're in a good little spot here. But what a nice way to start the new year. Nice and peaceful. Watching buffaloes do what they do best here. There's that little youngster we talked about at the back there, also using its mother as a little scratching post. That's the spot, my boy. A tiny little thing here. It looks even smaller than that one we were looking at the start, that one in the foreground. Now, it's been interesting to watch how both of the mothers of these little calves have been quite happy to allow the calves just to use them as a scratching post. Taking one for the team essentially there. Martin, in terms of trees they might use as sort of scratching posts, pretty much any tree they can find, really. There's a few sort of Scotia trees and things around here that they might use as a nice little scratching post. I think it's kind of really whatever presents itself. Have a nice scratch up against that. Rhinos will kind of wear down a little stump sometimes, and you see that it gets quite well polished. But I mean, buffaloes, you see them scratching up against any tree, really. Sometimes you might even find that they straddle a little, small thorn tree with maybe softer little thorns, and kind of rock backwards and forwards, even trying to get some of the ticks out from under their belly, under the armpits. For the oxpeckers and things to get those ticks out from there is the buffaloes don't really enjoy them going there. So sometimes you'll see them straddling those small little thorn trees. But any tree is a good tree. Rest of the herd on either side of the frame here is resting nice and peacefully. It's just the youngsters being youngsters, a little bit restless, up and about doing their thing. Oh, these buffaloes nice and content. Remember, with it being summer, we've got some very nice rains. The grasses have grown nicely. Plenty of food around for these buffaloes. And they're just a bunch of happy campers, really. See this one standing up just a little bit alert, having a look around. There's another game viewer in the distance that she might have heard. That calf going for it again there. I'll just zoom out a little bit and show you a bit of the rest of the herd here. Everybody nice and relaxed. You see these guys on the left also just ruminating a little bit. So earlier this morning we did have 3 buffaloes from the herd having a little bit of a drink. No one really got stuck into the mud, but you can see these ones in the frame that we've got definitely been in the mud, maybe even yesterday afternoon or something like that. Nice differences of colour on the face there, on the hind legs. And it's interesting, even with the herd, this is obviously one herd that we're looking at, but there'll be individual little pockets of sort of almost like a sub-herd, you can see these guys are quite happy with each other. Let me zoom out again and I'll show you what I'm talking about. And you've got some of the others and little groups of 3 and 4 just kind of doing their own thing. That one on the left hand side definitely had a massive New Year's last night. Out for the count. This little youngster coming to wake it up. So you can see on this little youngster, really pretty significant sized little horns. Much more developed than that small youngster we saw far at the back. There's a good scratch. Layla, in terms of the behavior of buffaloes, no, they won't knock down trees like elephants do. You sometimes find some of the older bulls kind of horning at some of the vegetation, and they almost try and get some vegetation caught on their horns, but those will be almost like small little shrubs and things like that. They're not going to push over your big trees. You know, you think your marula trees and leadwood trees and things like that, they're not going to be doing that. Remember, buffaloes are grazers, so they're only going to be feeding on grasses. So they won't push over any big trees like that. Oh, Mom's getting down. Let's see if this youngster reverses up and has another bum scratch there. Yeah, nice to watch them doing their thing. I mean, this is what these buffaloes would be doing even if we weren't here. Yeah, so obviously we talked about, we mentioned elephants pushing trees over and things like that. The buffaloes won't do that. In terms of the elephants pushing trees over, it's more going to be in winter that they would push a tree over compared to summer. Summer, we've had our rains. You can see in the picture here, it's lush, it's green, there's lots of good feeding. Elephants would push a tree to the roots where there'd be lots of nice nutrients, there'd be good water in those roots there. But you sometimes do get the cheeky young bulls who are trying to show everybody, you know, how strong they are, that they've been hitting the gym, and they kind of push a tree over and eat just a little bit and then move off. And you know, pushing those trees over does have its place to a degree. You know, things like your scorpions and your snakes and things like that might look to potentially even breed in areas like that and take refuge in areas of where trees have fallen down, and over time the grasses have grown up thick around that tree that has formed a structure for them to grow up around. You know, elephants will sometimes ring bark the tree, you know, taking off the whole bark of the tree, the circumference of it. That tree will still stand because the roots are going deep into the ground. Then your raptors, you know, your yellow-billed kites, your martial eagles, your vultures and things like that, it's a lot easier for them to land on a tree that has no leaves on than a thickly covered tree with a massive canopy. So, you know, it does need to happen to a certain degree, but if it happens too much, that's obviously very detrimental to the area. You think of areas like Chobe where the elephants have decimated some of the trees there. I've worked in the Sabi Sands, and I know in specific areas they're actually doing close monitoring on some of your hardwoods, you know, your leadwoods, your marulas, your jackalberry trees, your apple leaf trees, and kind of plotting where the mature trees are, and just kind of trying to keep tabs on how quickly some of these trees are being pushed over. but luckily our buffalo. Let's take you across to Lisa in Okukuyo, who's got some zebras down by the waterhole there.
Thank you, Nick. I apologize. I think I called you Liam. You can be Liam for the new year. No, I'm kidding. Thank you so much. And what a brilliant sighting of buffaloes. That tiny one was just so cute. Rubbing against mom's bum. But yes, we've got a few more zebras that have now joined. But still, I'm really astonished. I've literally been scanning the whole tree line, checking every nook and cranny. No springbok yet, no oryx yet. And just to give you an idea, it is fairly gloomy today in Okukoyo, which of course, you know, is generally not the norm for us, as we know. Okukoyo, for the most part, is generally our exemplary child, being all sunshine and beautiful and open, but today you can see it's a little bit a little bit gloomy. But that being said, of course, you know, we do need the rain. We are anxiously awaiting the rain. And I am very excited to see, you know, what proper rainfall will do to this topography and landscape and just absolutely everything once it's been sufficiently fed with some good rains. Right, well, we'll come back to Djuma in just a bit. I quickly want to see if I can show you a very interesting visitor in the lovely Djuma. So I've been following this guy now for quite a while. It is a leopard tortoise, a skilboykie. He's rather big actually, but it was so fascinating because I will show you in just a bit. There's actually a massive herd of impala all around it, and the ewes were literally taking turns in sniffing this poor tortoise, and all it wanted to do was get to the actual water and just get a sip for the new year. But these impala were so interested in him. But he is fairly large, so I think that's why he is getting a lot of attention from them. But I just want to see how long we can keep up with it. And then I will show you the beautiful impalas. And of course, all of these stunning pink flowers we see all around. That is the devil's thorn flower, which is one of the plants I can't wait to play with again when I get to the bush. No, you silly, come here. It was so nice that you could see the tracks perfectly. And now he's heading back into the bush.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments that we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
This truly is such a cool sighting. I don't know about you guys, but I really am enjoying this just to see how this guy is moving, and he seems actually quite aggressive when he's eating. But of course, that is just how they feed on plants. One of my best videos I actually got was of a leopard tortoise. He was massive and he was drinking some water. But just the time it took to consume that much water was very, very impressive. And as I say, this truly is, of course, it's fine to have appreciation for the big five and the other animals as well. But I think definitely educating ourselves a little bit more, even if it's just on, a bat, a fruit bat. So, for instance, my better half hates bats. He absolutely hates them. And I don't know who of you recall, but a while ago we actually had a baby bat in our bathroom. And he literally educated himself so much just on taking care of this baby bat, and eventually the parents actually came back for it the next day. But something that he hated and despised and was terrified of, now he had to actually learn about it because he had to help it. And he actually now has appreciation for bats, believe it or not. But just with regards to, educating ourselves on regular things at home, what can I do perhaps to, instead of throwing poison out for ants and rats and all of that, what can I do to sort of get rid of them, but in a more eco-friendly way, if that makes sense. Look at this guy, he's actually got a snack for the road. That is so cool. And of course, leopard tortoise, derived from their beautiful shell. Morgan, you would like to know if a leopard tortoise would survive in a desert like Ukukuyo. Well, I say this every day. I don't know how a lot of animals survive there, because I would not want to live there. But of course, animals do adapt and acclimate and at the end of the day do what they need to do to survive. That being said, I think so, yes. I would say so, yes, because of course, Okukoyo does still get rain. They, of course, do have water holes and all of that. The thing with tortoises, of course, is just they need to stay hydrated. But I would say so, yes. I would think so. Because you do find terrapins there, so I'm sure you must find tortoises there as well. But that is a very good question, Morgan. But yes, definitely. Animals at the end of the day acclimate and adapt to whichever environment they find themselves in. If you look at, for instance, the Kalahari lions, what animal in its right mind would actually, and remember, Ukukuyo is not even as desert-like as the Kalahari, for instance. What animal would want to live in that topography and habitat? But animals are not asked when they come onto this earth, where would you like to live when you grow up? What would you like to feed? Would you prefer a McDonald's or KFC in your neighbor? That's not the case. Animals just have to sort of, go with whatever they get thrown into. So, but to get back to your question, Morgan, yes, I do think they will definitely survive in Ukukoyo. If you look at all of the other animals as well, kudus that are browsers and very heavily depend on trees for their food and all of that, they can survive there. And that is definitely why I'm making a plan to go to Ukukoyo this year, because I would love to go into that tree line and the actual bush to see, what is the vegetation there? Is there a lot of grass around? What happens, for the animals with regards to shelter and food, etc., etc. Okay, what's happening, tortoise? Is it nap time? Just want to see if our impalas are still around. And then our elephant as well, but I think he took off deep into the bushes. I just quickly want to take a look around just to make sure he has not come out again yet. Milo, you would like to know... Sorry, I will get back to the tortoise now. I just wanted to check this wildebeest. You would like to know if the temperature determines the sex of tortoises. Yes, in fact, believe it or not. So if a temperature is... I always mix this up with crocodiles because it's always vice versa. I think with tortoises, if I'm not mistaken, I'll just cross-reference myself now. With tortoises, if it is 30 degrees and below, it will hatch. So if the eggs are laid, and that is at a temperature 30 degrees and below, it will hatch as a male, and then 30 and up will hatch as a female. And then, as I say, with crocodiles, it's the other way around. So that actually determines the sex, yes, of the hatchlings, which is very, very fascinating. But of course, not all of those tortoises will actually survive. Same with crocodiles. Crocodiles lay a lot of eggs, a female. And literally just generally one out of all of those eggs will actually survive to become a fully grown crocodile. Because they do get taken out by baboons, the eggs. Baboons, monitors, all sorts of creatures that feed on that. Just want to see if this tortoise is still around. seems like it's either moved on or it is just very well hidden amongst the grass, but at least we saw it. It's always great to see the tortoises and the smaller things as well. Of course, the leopard tortoise is a part of the small five, which of course is all of the big five animals' names that are, part of another smaller creature. So it's the leopard tortoise, elephant shrew, which is a mouse, a rhino beetle, an ant lion, and then what are we missing? A buffalo weaver, which is a bird, of course. But it's always pretty cool to see them. Oh, I feel like these tiny ones are just growing way too fast. Just the other day, they were these scrawny, helpless little things, and today you have to sort of double check that you are in fact looking at a lamb and not an ewe or an adult. Of course, it can be a ram, of course, but their horns only start coming in a little bit later. Yalla. It's like an impala, but with stripes. That's why I always used to, because especially in my personal experience, my Brazilian guests loved the nyalas, and it was always so interesting to sort of, sorry about that, to sort of explain the difference between impala and a nyala. So I always just say to them, it's like an impala, but with stripes, or with extra stripes, I should say. Alrighty, so let us start delving into what are we going to be doing for the new year. What is our resolutions? And as I say, you are literally, you are more than welcome to let me know, whether it's focusing on yourself or walking your dog more. I know Andrew said yesterday on Sunset Safari he wants to brush his teeth more often at night, which is an odd resolution, but you do you. But yes, let me know what your New Year's resolutions and what would you really like to achieve for 2023. And again, as I say, it would be great if we can also, sort of focus on what can we do to help Mother Nature and to make a difference to the ecosystem and at the end of the day, our world, because I don't think we fathom enough that if we destroy all of that, we will cease to exist. And again, it's not, woo, these impalas are just having the best time ever. Woo! But yes, it's not just about making a massive difference every single day. If you just make a small change every now and again, that will definitely. Ooh! Putting up a show. We are full of life for the new year. One of my best photographs actually was of impalas also doing this, but past a giraffe. And the look on that giraffe's face is just like, what are you guys doing? It's it's weird. Stop embarrassing us. But yes, as I say, even if we all just make a tiny change or a tiny difference, and it's not going to mean you are going to become part of an anti-poaching unit tomorrow. Believe me, it's not going to be that radical. It can be, it doesn't have to be, but just something as small as educating yourself a little bit more on animals. Or that's why I really loved the quiz mania that we had, just sort of refreshing ourselves and reminding ourselves of just the general facts about these animals. And of course, the more you know about them, the more you want to know. So even if you just follow a few extra pages on social media, just to sort of keep updated with endangered species or rehabilitation centers or anything like that, it starts out small, believe me. Oh, these guys are too fast for me. No. Elizabeth, you would like to know if impalas jump the highest out of all the antelope. No, I mean, they've got a pretty impressive leap, but as you can see, they do need to sort of start running and then do those beautiful prongs or leaps. But no, kurus can be stationary, in other words, stand still, and literally from that position that they were standing still in, they can actually jump 3 meters high. And you can actually often see it on private game reserves where they where they jump the fences and try to escape. Unfortunately, we had a very sad incident a couple of years ago on one of the reserves I was guiding on. This kuru tried to, evade lions, and then in the process of trying to jump over the fence, because it was a very, very high fence, but of course, the fences are electrified to try and keep poachers out. And in the process, the foot got stuck, and I'm not sure if the lions got to it or the fence got to it first, unfortunately, but it did not make it. But as I said, it was a fairly high fence, but I think the fact that also, it tried to get away from the lions, it was stressed on all of that, it did not make it. But no, kurus can jump very, very high. And a lot of the other antelope as well, but as you can see, the impalas are pretty impressive. But that what we saw now, that was just sort of like an exercise or a morning jog or trot. And I really do love it when they do that. They are such elegant animals themselves, and the nyalas. And specifically with these two species, I always think of, the word antelope in itself. It's so applicable when it comes to these two specifically, because antelope is actually derived from Greek, which refers to beautiful eyes. And I always think it's so applicable with them. Let me just see if I can find us some beautiful eyes.
Can we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
Just bear with me. As always, I just want to double check everywhere to make sure we are not missing anyone. Lenny, good morning. Good to hear from you again, as always. Thank you so much. You are saying your New Year's resolution is to foster and help and rescue domestic cats and kittens, and that really is a brilliant one. As I say, people often think when you say, okay, well, we need to make a difference or we need to change our attitudes or lifestyles, it means this radical change. But it really isn't. And as I said earlier today as well, that is definitely also one of my resolutions, is to start volunteering at an SPCA or something like that. And my boyfriend actually said to me, like, you're going to be heartbroken. I don't think you should do it. And I said, no, I want to. I really cannot be preaching about, helping animals every single day. And then there's so much more that I myself can do. And of course, when you start thinking about it, people do think, no, but it's going to be time consuming. It's going to be this. You don't have to do it every single day. Of course, we all have lives. We all have, something that we need to do every single day. Even if you just do it once a month, I'm sure that will definitely make a difference. And I know something like a shelter or an SPCA or those organizations really do need all the help they can get. And even if you perhaps find yourself, having a lot of free time on your hands right now, there are a lot of places, like, for instance, the Rhino Orphanage. They are in the Waterbergs, and they actually help baby orphaned rhinos. Now, I'm not saying, you're not going to pick up a phone and you're going to become a volunteer or anything like that. But start, educating yourself. Start finding out about all of these places. There's places in Hoedspruit for cheetahs, for elephants, for rhinos. There's so many places all across, not just South Africa, but Africa itself, that you can actually volunteer at. And it's not necessarily that you have to donate money or you have to do that. Of course, if you are in the position to do that, to help those places, definitely go for it. But it can literally even be as simple as spreading the word, just educating someone else on the importance of animals. I remember that was often a discussion I loved having with guests, is because so many people do not realize that lions are being poached every single day, wild dogs are being caught in snares, rhinos are poached, of course, elephants are hunted for their tusks. There's so many things happening that are so not just illegal, but just humanely wrong when it comes to animals. And again, as I say, this is on a bigger scale. It doesn't have to be that radical. Just, challenging yourself every now and again on, okay, well, this afternoon I watched Sunset Safari. What did I learn? Or what interesting behavior did I see? Even if you're just watching something as, inverted commas, as simple as nyalas or impalas, because all of these animals really do matter. All of the plants matter. For instance, my niece knows she's not allowed to pick flowers. I don't know if she still does it. I don't see her as often anymore, but my mother has this huge garden at her house, and my niece used to love picking flowers. Of course, it's a cute sentiment. You're giving a flower to someone, all of that. But that's something I've never understood, is picking a flower and then, in that moment, it lasts, just a single flower, it lasts a couple of hours. But if you give someone a bouquet of flowers, that might last 2 weeks or whatever. I don't know how good your florist is. And then what? Those flowers just die. So instead of, doing things like that, let's rather see if we can start a veggie garden. Or we've got a veggie garden at our house, which to me doesn't work because I don't eat spinach, but definitely start catering to your own needs as well, but simultaneously see what you can do for nature to help as well. But tiny, tiny, tiny simple things that we can start doing. Close the tap when you are brushing your teeth. The water doesn't have to be running all the time. If you can, rather take a shower instead of a bath. And believe me, that for me is very difficult as well. I love bathing, but of course, it uses a lot of water. Hello, Pumbaa. Ooh, did you guys hear the fish eagle in the background? Beautiful, beautiful fish eagle that was calling. Pam, good morning. You would like to know what has been my favorite Juma Cam sighting in 2022. Oof, that's a difficult one. I think the one that I was most impressed with myself, in this position, right? Let me show you. In this bush. Right over there, I actually saw a leopard. It was Marips, and I don't know how I even saw it. I just saw slight movement. I can't really remember. And then, as I took a closer look, he was just in that bush, and luckily it was sunset safari, so we called Cedric and he was able to relocate. And that was that afternoon that he actually caught a hare, a scrub hare, that he jumped over the dam wall in slow motion. So that was the one I was most impressed with myself. But favorites, oh man, you know me, elephants. I'm a sucker for elephants. When they come to drink water, when they are swimming. I've had a really cool sighting here of, I think, a herd of 200 or 300 strong buffalo. And they also came to the water. What else? I always love seeing the southern ground hornbills. It's always special. But it's always difficult for myself, you know, when someone asks me, what was your most memorable, or what was your most, not your most even, your favorite sighting? Because there are so many. And the other day I was looking through all of my photos as well, all of my wildlife photos, and I really have been super blessed with all of the various sightings I've had, all of the various things I've seen. And I think that would definitely also form part of my New Year's resolution, just being more thankful. You know, I am very thankful for everything we get to do every single day and all of these experiences we get to have. And just absolutely being able to observe these animals every single day, but even more so, just being thankful and not ever taking anything for granted. And at the end of the day, you know, that is really what we are doing, is we are just, you know, accepting these things for, okay, well, it's supposed to be here. These animals are supposed to be here. We are supposed to have that leopard sighting. But it is not at all a right. It is such a massive privilege. And so I think if we just keep bearing that in mind, we will be good. All right, but I'm done preaching now again for a bit. I'm going to send you back to Nick in Kariga so we can see what he's up to.
Yeah, starting off 2023, this is definitely one of my favorite sightings of the year so far. Yeah, lovely that we've got this herd of buffaloes to come to our little mud wallow. So when you were last here with me, what was it, sort of 20 minutes ago or so, all of these buffaloes were kind of resting off to the side of this little mud wallow, 40-50 meters off, and the sun kind of just broke out from behind some of the clouds for a good sort of 5 minutes or so, and it's definitely just warmed things up a bit and kind of just got them going. The sun gave them a bit of a prod, and it's lovely that they've come down to the water for us here. Look at that one scratching his neck on the small embankment there. This one in the front having a good drink. Yeah, the weather's not quite sure what it wants to do today. It started off clear skies, then it got a little bit cooler actually, and now it's warming up nicely. And the buffalo having a bit of a spa day. There's a big female moving at the back there. There goes her calf. Maybe she's going to come and join the others right at the front of the water here. Yeah, she's coming. I think she's just looking for her spot. Where is she going to get in? Look how the others are making way for her. Look, those are a few youngsters that have now gotten out of the water. Oh yeah, there we go. She's getting the perfect spot. I can see there's that one calf right at the back there. I wonder how many times he's had a mud wallow. You know, that's still a young calf. It's can't be much more than a month or so. It's a small little thing. kind of tucked away now, but yeah, sheesh, he couldn't have had too many mud wallows, huh? Have a look and see. I mean, it's quite tentative at the moment. It's not like it's getting stuck in. You know, the rest of them are having an absolutely great time here. Another one coming in from the left here, little photo bomber. Oh, there we go. That's the spot, my man. Oof, that looks like a great spot to just lie down there, ruminate a little bit. This one's obviously, this one closest to us is a fan of mud wallows. You can see it's got a bit of mud already. Nadia, I agree with you. We're not going to say that this is the 5th or 6th wallow of that little buffalo. This is the first one ever for that little thing. No jokes. But this is the first wallow of the year, and yeah, sheesh, what a way to start the year. I must say, I had a little break. I was off for sort of a month or so, and you know, you become, I think all of us environmentalists and, you know, naturalists and things, we're wired for the bush, and you know, you're away from the bush for a while, and you start thinking, I wonder how, you know, this little buffalo is doing. I wonder how, you know, that little zebra is holding up. You know, what's happening with the latest with the herd and things like that. I definitely found myself thinking about a few of the animals, what they're up to, missing the bush. There's nothing quite like slowing down and, you know, just relaxing like the animals do. You know, we saw these buffaloes earlier this morning, quite far from the waterhole. And, you know, it was inevitable that at some point in time during the day, they were going to head down to the water. And, you know, it's definitely taken a few hours, but so nice just to slow down, relax, take it easy with the animals, work on their schedule. This one closest to us, it looks like he's got one eye closed and ruminating, and he's got the other one slightly open. He's cracking a pose there. Yeah, that was quite amazing to see how all of those younger buffaloes that were in the water, how they got up out of their little spot there and gave it to that more mature female. There wasn't too much sort of hustling and bustling and bellowing and things like that. They kind of just got up and, you know, they knew they kind of had to just give way. You know, now water's plentiful. It's not a problem finding water at this time of the year. You know, whereas in winter, when it's harder to find water, you know, maybe those sort of sub-adults wouldn't have given up their spot as quickly. Who knows? You know, you think of something like a dominant bull rhino. In years of drought and in winter when water can become hard to find, if you can have a river or a waterhole that holds water in your territory, that's prime real estate. You know, but for a bull who's territorial, who maybe doesn't have the best territory in terms of area, maybe in a drought, you know, his waterholes might dry up. He would be allowed to move into a rival bull's sort of territory to go to the waterhole and drink if he's submissive. This buffalo is just ruining exactly what I'm saying. He's making me chuckle. He would be allowed to move into that rival rhino bull's territory to have a drink if he's submissive. If not, he's not allowed to come into that area. This buffalo is too funny. What are we doing talking about rhinos when we've got a buffalo clowning around here? Steve, yes, definitely. Even though most of these buffaloes that we're seeing have got curved horns, they're definitely able to still protect themselves. If there was some type of a threat, the herd would more likely concentrate together. They'd congregate, join forces, younger ones on the inside. And although these don't look like the most potent horns, they could still do some damage. You think of a massive bull with wide horns that are quite pointed. He's probably going to do more damage than something like this one closest to us would. But they still are able to inflict quite a bit of damage. And a buffalo is a very, in my opinion, underrated animal. You look at it now and you think, sheesh, it looks like a cow, looks like a chilled out cow. But I promise you, the senses of the buffalo are so good. All three senses, sight, smell, and hearing, are all so well developed. So very sharp animals, and they've also got quite a short temper. You've got to really respect these animals. You look at a lot of other animals, maybe two senses are very well developed and their third might not be as well developed. Whereas for buffalo, they're amazing animals. Oh, is this one going to get down after he's had a drink is the question. Shane, yes, 100%. The water's a little bit green because of algae. But I mean, this is not going to put the buffalo off. They've got a lot of resilience to, algae and little, even like diseases and things like that. And I mean, resilience to even infection. If they get a massive cut, what would be seriously harmful and fatal to humans, not so much for buffaloes. So yes, even though there is a little bit of green colouring in the water from the algae there, it's not putting these guys off. Having a good scratch. So earlier this morning on Sunrise Safari, we were talking about leading lines in photography. As a concept that you can use in your images. And if you look purely at the water here, that is a leading line. So obviously right now we're filming, for TV, and the shape of a TV is a rectangle, landscape. If you were looking to photograph this, I would maybe photograph it in a portrait, in a vertical composition, just because that is the shape of the water going back. And I would probably focus on the buffalo at the front. And just that natural shape of this little mud wallow would lead your eye from the front buffalo to the second one and going back. You'd want to maybe get your shot when that buffalo in the middle was kind of sitting down, so you could see the other buffaloes at the back, just to give that sense of depth. And remember, with wanting to give depth, you're wanting to show what is the scene. You're wanting to give as much of the area and focus as possible. You want to use a narrower an f-stop. It's going to give you more depth of field. So you wouldn't look to shoot at sort of f2.8 or 4. I'd maybe bump it up to f8 or something like that. You can even bump it up to f11. You want to get a large area in focus. remember now, I'm not too sure what exactly the time is, but the sun's been up for a while. It's quite bright, so your ISO doesn't need to be too high. You can at least you can push your ISO all the way down to maybe even ISO 200, 400 or somewhere around there. F2.8, sorry, what am I talking about? F8 or F11, and your shutter speed doesn't have to be all that fast. The most important thing in this scene for me would be your f-stop. You want to tell the story of depth here, and you want to get a lot of animals in focus. So you could play around with the sighting, You could do what we've just talked about, and then even for this buffalo that's closest to us, you could zoom in and get a portrait shot of its face with all of the mud and things like that. It tells a story. If we kind of zoom into this buffalo here, look at the face of that buffalo. Look at all of the mud. It tells such a story. Obviously, he stands up. That's a lovely picture. Look how the ears are both facing straight towards us there. That's a good ear positioning for a photograph. What I'm maybe going to do is zoom back into the face of this buffalo. Let's try and see right there if when this buffalo does have a look at us, with the ears kind of both facing towards us, if she could maybe open her eyes a bit, that would be the shot. Let's just wait and see if she lifts her head back up. Yeah, not very easy, huh? There we go, we've got one ear. So if an oxpecker or something had to give an alarm call now, there we go, see both ears are forward. We kind of would want her looking at us, her attention on us. That would be the creme de la creme. That would be the money shot of 2023 to start it off. Yeah, so what I'm trying to get to is that you can really maneuver your way and play with the sighting photographically. Look at her sitting at us now, at least watching us. Now that I was kind of half on my haunches then, I've sat down, and I think maybe that movement just caught her attention, and is why she's looking straight at us. That is the shot we were looking for earlier. Interesting how they're not really rolling around in the mud and completely covering their body. You can kind of see this one closest to us. It's just the left hand side of its body that's kind of coated in mud. The right hand side still pretty clean. I can hear an African fish eagle calling off in the distance. There were a pair of white storks that were moving around the area. I'm hoping that they might head down towards Scotia Dam a little bit later. Maybe join the yellow-billed ducks down there. Carl, in terms of the age that I started taking photos and being interested in photography, she's from a young boy, huh? My whole family loves the bush and animals and going to game reserves and things like that. And I started out with just my parents got me a little point and shoot Kodak. I must have been, I don't know, maybe like 6 years or something like that. And I'd probably take more random photos of the sky and of just absolutely nothing, and then in a spool of, what was there, maybe 36 pictures or something, I'd maybe get like 3 pictures of half of an animal. But no, I mean, my love for photography was always there, and I'd like to think I've progressed from being not able to get the animal in the frame to getting it in the middle of the frame. And I've always just had a love for it as long as I can remember. I've got a few pictures of my own printed on my wall at home, which is awesome. And I think photography it's a lovely hobby to have. You know, you can always try and better an image from a technical perspective, but it also takes you to different areas. You know, I talked a little bit earlier about photographing in beautiful light, so early morning, late afternoon. You know, if you want to get out and get that shot of the sun rising, you really need to be up and moving when it's dark, you know. So it gets you up and moving, takes you places, you know, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Just going to zoom out here a little bit, and I'm just going to pan across to the right hand side. We've got a lovely scene coming up here. We've got 1 or 2 buffaloes, and then there's some giraffe and zebras starting to come down towards Scotia Pan. Oopsie, that's too much. Let's go back up here for you. Look at that. Lovely scene. One giraffe having a little drink there. It's one of the younger buffaloes in the foreground that we've got. Lovely dazzle of zebra. And a journey of giraffes. Let's have a look and see if this giraffe in the center of the frame has a drink here for us. Lovely layers to the image here with a buffalo in the foreground, zebra sort of midway through, giraffe at the back. You can see a nice little zebra foal there on the left hand side. Small little guy. One of our new additions. Look how careful this giraffe is before it actually drinks. Checking the area around. I'm sure if any of those ducks or sacred ibis had to flap their wings too much, it would get a fright and it would lift its head up and assess the area again. There we go. Going to start to spread the legs. Get the balance going just now. Phil, I agree with you 100%. Watching giraffes drink is amazing. It's a very peculiar way that they do it. Doesn't look very comfortable. But amazing to watch them stretch those legs out after, assessing the area. And I love how once they've had their little drink, how they flick their heads back. Some of the water droplets come off. And I don't know if the water's almost like itchy on their lips and things, but they always seem to lick their noses after having a good drink. The wind's just increased just a little bit, literally right before that giraffe moved away from the water. So I wonder if that kind of hindered it drinking a bit more, possibly. Let me pan across to the side. We do have another giraffe that is looking to drink here. And it looks like possibly our white stork that we were talking about in front of that giraffe there. You can see on top of the hill to the left we've got one giraffe resting. Ellen, in terms of the coloration of giraffe, why is the bottom often whiter than the top? I think it's probably got to do with reflecting light off that's bouncing off the ground, I guess. Temperature control and things like that. It might be some of the reasons for the color differences in terms of helping to keep themselves cool. Whereas you look at something like a buffalo, completely black in color, they're obviously going to sweat quite a lot to try and keep themselves cool. Just going to zoom out a little bit for you. There's the buffalo that we had in the wallow earlier, looking to start to make their way across here. Lovely, peaceful scene. So similar to when we had the buffalo in that mud wallow. In a scene like this, photographing this, we want a lot of the area in focus. So again, we'd still stay with a nice f-stop of sort of f8, f11, somewhere there. Lovely scene. Feel like we just need a little warthog to come trotting along from one of the ridge lines here and come and join the party. Then we'll have it all. You can see how that giraffe in the back, the one that was sitting down, has just stood up. There is another male giraffe out of frame on the left, but he's going to be walking into the frame soon enough, and that might be one of the reasons why it's kind of stood up.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
And we do not have our warthog coming into the scene, but we've now got an ostrich at the back with the giraffes there. Sure, it's all happening here. that zebra that we can see on the left hand side, very difficult to see, but I saw just a little white smudge at the back there. I was wondering if it's not the foal lying down. Yeah, the animals are definitely having a nice relaxing day here. Those two giraffes having a little sparring session in the back there. Chad, thanks for the question. Yeah, so the ossicones are obviously essentially the horns of the giraffe, and that's going to be used as almost the weapon for impact. As they get older, they're going to harden into bone to obviously protect their heads, because that's obviously the brain is quite close to where those horns are. So yeah, it's both a weapon during fighting and to a degree for protection as well. Yeah, and if you look carefully under that scotia tree at the back, it looks like we've got two Egyptian geese down there. There is a yellow-billed kite kind of circling around that scotia tree as well. And we've got a few more buffaloes just kind of lingering on the right-hand side of the frame. They've kind of moved through this next mud wallow that we can see. I've been hearing some crowned eagles calling as well. Further on my right hand side there's a deep gorge that's got quite a few rocky areas lining it. It's possible there could be crowned eagles maybe even nesting in the area. There's been a lot of audio from them in the last sort of half an hour. Some vervet monkeys have started alarm calling as well. Most likely they've seen those crowned eagles that are flying around. I haven't actually seen the crowned eagles yet, I've just heard them. Got to be quite careful as well, because remember your robins, think of like chorister robins and things like that in the area, they will also mimic other birds. So I did hear some of the robin species up at the main lodge earlier mimicking crowned eagles. So you've just sometimes got to be careful when you are in the thickets to make sure that, but right out in an open area like this you can hear that sound is traveling very far. It's definitely the actual eagles themselves that are calling. And remember, those crowned eagles will predate on vervet monkeys, so that's why those monkeys would be shouting. But for all of these buffaloes and the zebras and things like that, they're not worried about crowned eagles. So you can see they're just taking it easy. Be interesting to see if these giraffes on the right hand side, if they feed on that tree there. Remember, there's been a little bit of sparring and things like that between them, so I doubt they're going to feed there. Oh, the Hadidahs have spooked everybody. Yeah, maybe just with those giraffe moving through that area, all those Hadidah ibises were kind of sitting at the water's edge. They got a bit of a fright, and you can see how everybody lifts their head up. They have a look around. Hey, what's happening? You know, Hadidahs have got that one kind of call, so you never know if it's him shouting at his neighbour saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" or an actual alarm call. So around Scotia Dam here, we'll have the two ibis species, that Hadidah ibis that was calling, and then the sacred ibis as well. Bexy, no problem. I'm glad you're enjoying the chat. And yeah, it's always nice to hopefully pass on some new information to everybody. Maybe some information that you guys haven't heard of before. That would be great. Yeah, and it's just nice to kind of interpret everything that's happening. If there ever was an effort for a giraffe to hide behind a tree, that guy's trying pretty hard behind that Scotia tree, inadvertently. Yeah, and these buffaloes closest to us, we're just at a slightly wrong angle here to see clearly, but there's just a small little mud wallow. Yeah, a small little mud wallow that they've got there. So you can see they've kind of shifted from the first one where we were talking about vertical positioning of photography and things like that to this one. And I'm sure from here everybody's going to start to meander off away from the mud wallows, from the waterhole, and these buffaloes will start to actively feed a bit more. They have been relatively stationary this morning. So I'd kind of expect to see a little bit more movement coming from them now. Our giraffe having a little bit of a feed in the background there. Yeah, and we've talked a little bit about going into 2023, what we're hoping for, things we might see, New Year's resolutions. Also a nice time to look back on 2022, look at some of the highlights of the year. And I was lucky enough to see a male lion attempt to hunt buffalo. I've never seen a live full hunt of buffalo. I mean, it is quite a gory thing, talking about kills. It was quite funny, this male lion, he was by himself, he was resting up close to a waterhole, and he saw these group of Duggar boys, old buffalo bulls, coming down to the waterhole. And you see his ears perked up, the wind was coming towards him, he obviously had the scent of these buffaloes, he watched them come down to the water, kind of maneuvered around some of the shrubs, using them as cover. And when these buffaloes had their head down drinking, obviously they're then at their most vulnerable state. this lion launched himself out of the thickets at these buffalo. And he got close. I mean, he jumped on top of one of the buffalo in the attempt to push it down and to hopefully break its run, get it to trip and fall. And it was maybe the biggest flop I've ever seen. The buffalo kind of gave one shrug, pushed the lion off of him, and the lion turned back kind of sheepishly back in my direction and kind of looked towards me. It was quite funny. I did manage to get a video of it, and that was an amazing sighting. Even though he missed, shame for the lion, but well done for the buffalo. It was amazing to witness. But luckily for these buffaloes, no lions around that we know of for the moment. Yeah, I've been keeping a close eye out with my binoculars as well. Just having a look to see if there's any red-billed oxpeckers. We talked about it this morning. And kind of between the giraffe, the zebra and the buffalo, I thought that potentially might come right with an oxpecker here or there, but nothing quite yet. A little bit of movement coming from these zebras here. One of them was just chasing the other one just now, so I just want to shift across to them and see if they give us some love. You can see we've got our small little foal on the left hand side. Yeah, you can already see now, look at that little foal, how the whitish colors on him are very white now at this time of the day. So obviously, photographically, coming to the middle of the day, to photograph very white colors like on a zebra, it becomes quite difficult. So you'd have to use a sort of a faster shutter speed to make your picture slightly darker so that you don't blow out those highlights. Because you'd rather have a slightly underexposed photo, and maybe in post-processing you can increase the exposure a little bit, rather than your highlights being blown out in the actual picture. And if your highlights get blown out, obviously that means you've got zero detail there, and you want to maintain as much detail as you can. So then conversely with the buffaloes that we were having a look at just now, obviously they're very dark animals, and you need to be very careful of the shadows. You don't want to lose any detail in the shadows there. So buffalo will become very tricky midday to try and photograph. You think of maybe like we saw the mud glistening after they've had a mud wallow, so that's quite bright compared to very dark areas like behind the ears and things like that. So these are all concepts that we've got to bear in mind when we're trying to photograph a scene. And you can see while we've been looking at these zebras how even the sun going behind the clouds and things like that, you're going to have to change your exposure and your settings and things. Look how much less bright those whites are now. They're not as stark, they're not as contrasting as 30 seconds ago. But anyway, that's my 2 cents about a little bit of photography. Let's take you across to Okokoyo and see what's happening there.
Thank you, Nick. Very, very interesting. I actually tried to take some notes, but to be honest with you, I would have to practice a little bit more on my camera to actually really even begin to understand what you are referring to. But of course, you know, to you it's all natural. It comes naturally. But just like anything, practice makes perfect. So thank you so much. That was super, super interesting. And always cool to see some buffaloes and zebras and giraffes. On my side though, it is super quiet. I don't know if the animals have a hangover or what is happening, but it's just ridiculously quiet. Well, not quiet. I, for those of you that know me, you know I don't like to say that. It's just less action filled, let's say that. We do have 3 impalas. Very exciting. But no, other than that, there has been no oryx, no springbok. I'm not sure what is happening. If this waterhole got cancelled for the year, you know, the animals might have gotten a memo that I perhaps did not get. But no, it's probably just one of those days. It is clearing up though, so hopefully that's good news, and that will sort of encourage the animals a little bit more to get up now and hydrate, you know, get rid of that headache that they probably got at midnight. But no, other than that, Nick, it's pretty quiet. But nonetheless, such a beautiful day here in Ukukweyo. And of course, you know, we are chatting a little bit about... My lovely director's voice just whispered in my ear that apparently there was a massive storm this morning in Ukukweyo, so that might be it. The animals are just sort of, you know, still staying in the bush, and then hopefully, as we've seen in Mashatu, you know, it can rain a little bit and then they stay away for like days on end. But hopefully, you know, with the sun coming out now, the animals will start to heat up a little bit and want to hydrate and cool off. But we are chatting about New Year's resolutions today, of course, very cliche. But I do want to emphasize, you know, and I've said this many a times, I don't like when people just, you know, celebrate life and new beginnings just on New Year's, and we come together with family just on Christmas, and you know, you phone your grandmother just on her birthday, or whatever the case is. I think it's really so silly, because life should really be celebrated every single day. You don't see animals, you know, just doing their thing, elephants swimming, you know, just on specific days. Animals do what they do every single day, and every single day, I think, is a celebration to them, because it's like, woohoo! I didn't become a Happy Meal last night. But of course, you know, animals don't function like we do. But that being said, what are your New Year's resolutions? And again, I'm not just saying, you know, you should only have plans for change and resolutions and all of that just in the new year. And I'm not saying you should just be celebrating new beginnings just, you know, when a new year approaches. I think life is definitely meant to be celebrated every day. But we are human, and we are sort of programmed in that manner of, okay, well, it's a new year now, it's a new me, it's a new mindset. So let me know, what is your new mindset? Of course, you know, I believe a lot of people, you know, say every single year, oh, this is the year I'm going to become super fit, and I'm going to become in shape, and I'm not going to eat takeaways anymore, or perhaps this year I'm going to start recycling, or I'm going to do this or that or this or that. And at the end of the day, we are all human. We're creatures of habit, and at the end of the day, you know, it's much easier stagnating and just staying in a comfort zone as opposed to actually making a change. And it doesn't have to be radical, believe it or not. It can literally be, I've decided in my household, we're going to start recycling, you know, paper, glass, plastic. And that should be something, you know, that's already just happening every day. But perhaps it's not. You know, all of us, we live different lifestyles. We have different households. We all do things differently. But what is going to be your New Year's resolution? Or let's just say, what's going to be your change, or your resolution, or your plan for a change? Because it doesn't just have to, be pertaining to 2023, now to New Year, now we have to make a change. It's just in general. Maxine, good morning. You would like to know what would the animals' resolutions be? Well, that would require me being able to, know what is happening in the functioning mind of an animal. I don't know. I really do not know. Perhaps lions are thinking, perhaps I should go for more lean meat this year. Maybe elephants are thinking, perhaps I should drink more water. Perhaps let's see what else. Perhaps the springboks are thinking, I'm really going to try set a record for myself so that I can run faster. I don't know. It really is. And again, of course, animals don't function like we do. And sometimes I wonder if it would not be easier if we were just more like animals, just focused on surviving every single day and just doing your thing, getting through another day. But then life wouldn't be life, would it? You would not go through the emotions of celebrating, of being happy, of being in love, of being vulnerable, of being sad, of being happy, all of that. But, this is something especially myself and Lauren often refer to, is we don't really know what the emotions of animals are and what the mindset of animals are. But yes, probably, and again, this is just me relating animals to humans, but they're probably thinking, I should probably go for more lean meat. Perhaps a cheetah is thinking, maybe I can run faster than just 110 kilometers an hour. Maybe I'm going to push it to 120 or 130. Perhaps the leopard is thinking, I'm going to work on being more social this year. I'm going to put myself out there more. I'm going to socialize more, not be as elusive and evade everything and everyone so much. What else? I think the wiglets are probably thinking, we're gonna try keep our eyes open more. Yesterday was the funniest thing with Mrs. Wig, where she literally had this one eye closed, keep it open. Drink, no. Apparently coffee is not healthy, because I don't believe it. But no, it really, I don't know. I don't know what their resolutions would be. What do you think? But again, we're just being silly right now. Animals, of course, don't have resolutions and think about those sort of things. They probably don't even know it's New Year. They just do what they do every single day. And I think they're just happy every single day to be to be waking up and realizing, I made it through another night. But yes, I myself have to also, just educate myself more this year. Study harder on, ethology of animals and really everything around it. Because when we as naturalists, we study for exams and everything, I'm sure all of you can relate to this. Whether you've studied to be an architect or a lawyer or teacher, whatever the case is, if you go through all of your handbooks and study books now, you'll be like, Oh, yes. I forgot about that. But as humans, we become so used to just, saying the same things, talking about the same things, looking at the same things. That's why I had so much appreciation for that leopard tortoise earlier on in Djuma. Because it's so cool. You don't see that every day, especially on the dam cam. But yes, definitely I want to up my birding, especially in Ukukoyo as well, see what else we can spot amongst the rocks. But in general, the biggest one for me is just having sheer appreciation for every day. For every single zebra, for every single bird, even the hardy-does and the crows. But just everything, waking up and smelling the grass. Yesterday on my break, I actually went to go and lie on the grass. And I thought, wow, why don't I do this more? I should really, just be smelling the grass and looking at the insects around me. But at the end of the day, we are so rushed. We are chasing money, chasing life. I think we're a little bit out of focus. In my personal opinion, you could, of course, differ from me. We all have our own opinions and outlooks. But yes, I definitely think we need to start waking up. Someone asked me the other day if I wanted children. I said to them, no. And especially in Afrikaans culture, a lot of people will sort of, and I'm not generalizing if you're Afrikaans or anything, I'm not insulting you, but a lot of people will take it as an insult when you say you don't want children, especially at my age. And I said, I don't want to bring in a child, that is my choice, if I can't guarantee that that child is going to be living in a world where Mother Nature is really taken care of and the importance of Mother Nature in itself is emphasized on a daily basis. And this does not just pertain to Afrikaans people or to South Africa itself. I think it really, it goes for all of us, all across the globe. What are we doing for the future generations and the people after us? Because that is also, unfortunately, the mindset we go through every single day, thinking, well, it's fine, I'm not going to be here for 50 years or for the next 80 years or whatever your thinking around that is. But what about the people after that? Not just the people. What about Mother Nature? Why are we just neglecting it and thinking it's okay? Bees, trees, rhinos, everything. I really do think we can do better and live better and learn more. But again, that is just Lisa being preachy. Let me know what you think, what we can do, what our changes can be. Not just because it's a new year. I talk about this often. What can we do to help? Not just the earth, but to help ourselves.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Carrie, good morning, and thank you for joining us on Escape to Nature. You are saying your plans are to get more involved with birding. Absolutely, and I cannot agree with you more. As I say, for myself as well, I really do have to sharpen up my birding as well again. But definitely, I agree with you. It doesn't just have to be, people tend to think that to make a change for Mother Nature or the ecosystem, you have to physically go visit a national park, or you have to be clued up, or you have to have gone on a private safari, on a private game. That's not at all the case. You can literally just sit in your garden, get a simple, you don't even have to get an expensive or the big or the best birding book. Just get a simple app or a simple book or magazine and just educate yourself on birds. Because it seems so silly, and I've actually I've put this to the test numerous times. If I'm not clued up on something and I teach myself more about it, then I want to learn more, because then you're like, oh wow, this is actually very fascinating. And it really goes for everything wildlife. I'm sure you've seen with the animal bingo that we have with the naturalists on safari. As soon as there's a challenge to now find a ladybug or a lilac-breasted roller with a skew feather or a pigeon with 3 eyes or whatever the case is, then people want to, sort of achieve that. And I think that is definitely something for us as well. If you just, for instance, if I see a bird in my garden or I hear a bird call, and I know for the life of me, I have to know that call. I have heard it 1,000 times before. Then I make it my mission. I promise you, I go through my bird app and I listen to every single call if I have to, just to figure out, okay, well, it was a hoopoe or a crested barbet or, something silly. And then as soon as you get into that, you're like, oh, but what does this sound like again? Or what does that look like again? And I know it's not necessarily going to be everyone's thing, because we are all different. We learn differently. We take things in differently. We have appreciation for things differently. But I think our biggest challenge is going to be to just try. Just try to learn something new. Even if it's one day a month you put aside, just to sort of get in touch with Mother Nature again. Even if it means just sitting on your porch for 10 minutes and just looking at a tree. Sounds silly, I know, believe me. But I promise you it works. And if it doesn't work for you, let me know. Then we try something else. But I think we must really stop to just go through life every single day, going through the motions and just... And again, I do want to emphasize, I'm not just having this discussion because it's the new year. For those of you that are frequent visitors and guests on Escape to Nature, and you join us frequently, you will know I love to chat about this. What can we do to help Mother Nature? But again, not just help Mother Nature, help yourself. Do something. Educate yourself. Knowledge is power, and the more you know, the more you are going to want to know, I promise you. So even if you just start looking at pictures of animals. The other day with one of our quizmanias that we had, just the informal ones on Escape to Nature, I think it was Darcy Miller, she mentioned an animal and I literally thought she was swearing at me. I had no idea what she was talking about. And then I Googled it and, read up on it, and I was like, wow. And someone else probably thought, oh, shame. Lisa doesn't know anything. But we all know something about something that we can teach each other. And I think we must really be open to that. And when someone teaches you something, don't be like, okay, well, they are critiquing you or being judgmental or looking down on you. Don't take it like that at all. And I'm saying this specifically so I myself can also hear it. We must be more open to just learning and experiencing, and most importantly, just appreciating and being grateful. if you look at this wildebeest, shame he's got an identity crisis, but if you look at this wildebeest and the 3 zebras, these animals have no idea that we are looking at them right now. But what an absolute, in Afrikaans we call a right, like it is your right to something, we call that a reg. And then a privilege is a voorreg. And I often say that to myself. It is not my right, but it is my privilege to do something, or to get to come to work, or to get to see these animals every single day. And we must really just stop taking everything for granted. Stop taking the flowers for granted. Stop taking the trees for granted. And I know, I sound like such a hippie now that it's just like, oh, world peace, happiness, rainbows, unicorns. But just open your mind a little bit. Look a bit further. Smell the roses, touch the grass. But anyway, that is just what I think. I'm going to send you back to Kariga so we can see what Nick is up to.
Agree, we should definitely seek to appreciate things more. And we've got a lovely little group of rhinos here, and I do have a treat in store for you guys that has literally just popped up while I was having a look at this rhino here. And I'm going to stop right there. Have a look behind that rhino. Right, we're going to come back to that rhino just because he should stick around longer than this other guy. Let me zoom in for you. There is a secretary bird amongst all of those white storks. Look at that. He's been chasing them all around. He's literally just arrived as you were coming across from Lisa to me. And we definitely are appreciating our rhinos, but let's take our secretary bird while we can get him. I mean, this is actually the first secretary bird I've seen on Kariga, which is very, very cool. Have a look and see, expand to the right, see if he comes behind this bush for us, or if he's going to get stage fright. Let's give him 10 seconds. If he doesn't pop out here, we'll go back to our rhinos. But yeah, I just saw a little bit of movement out of the corner of my eye, and I think he was chasing a white stork. There he comes, a little white stork or an Egyptian goose or something like that. I know at Amakhala, you guys have been following the 2 secretary birds with the chicks there. I have not found any secretary bird nest on Kariga yet. Like I said, this is the first secretary bird I've seen here. So that's very, very cool. That's awesome. And remember, we're down here right in the open clearings by Scotia Dam, so this is the perfect habitat for the secretary bird. We're in summer now. It's nice and hot. Remember, they love to eat snakes and things like that. You know, in and amongst these grasses, he would stamp them out with his feet. He's got those hard, robust scales on his legs. So yeah, you would definitely look to give that a crack. Alright, I think while he's playing hard to get, we might go back to those rhinos. There he pops out again. Let's just have a look and see if he does give these white storks a tough time. He's going. Yeah, Sandy, 100%, I agree. It's an absolute jackpot for animals this morning. It's all happening here. Kariga is producing the goods. So he is quite far away at the moment. I'm hoping he's going to walk towards us. I am zoomed in all the way in. For our camera fanatics out there, I was at 600 mils. It's very quick, huh? Yeah, they should come into flight there. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Lovely. A little bit too far away for us now, but sheesh, that was a lovely display and a lovely surprise, guys. Got some zebras in the foreground, and it looks like our rhinos that we had earlier have actually now come to the same mud wallow that the buffaloes were in. So now that my sort of excitement levels are trying to stabilize, let me take you back to these guys. Yeah, so Lisa, you were talking about appreciating the small things, and that definitely took me by surprise. And not every day that you've got to just leave some rhinos alone, huh? So that was awesome. Very glad we could get that for everybody. So that's the younger rhino just moving out of frame there. That's mom in the water itself. Just gonna wait and see if she gets up. Yeah, so earlier we were talking about how those buffaloes weren't really coating themselves in mud too much. Just kind of rather lying down in the water, and the one side of their body was getting coated in mud. Complete opposite for this rhino here. She has absolutely covered herself. Look at that, glistening. For a rhino, that is heaven. You can see we've got a nice big buffalo in the background. Yeah, so remember that mud is now going to help with temperature regulation, protecting her from the sun, as well as from all the little insects and ticks and things like that. Quite interesting to see how the youngster was the first one to get up and start moving. You'd kind of think that mom would be determining the direction of when they're moving, where they're going to go. Some zebras and giraffe in the background there. I know we zoomed out quite far here, but they are quite steadily mobile. I don't want to zoom in too closely and make everybody quite dizzy following them. That right there is what you call the butt shot. Yeah, these rhinos are really showing us what they think of us here, not giving us their best angle. I guess they did put on a spectacular show for us. And that secretary bird was definitely testing my maneuverability with the camera. Let's have a look and see what these rhinos get up to. Looks like they've maybe just stopped to do a little bit of feeding there. So you might have thought that the way I was celebrating when that secretary bird popped out, that it might have been the first one that I've ever seen. But it was amazing. Tilly, in terms of your question, I think you're saying will mud help to get the ticks off of the rhino? It definitely will. When obviously the rhino would coat itself in mud, and that mud dries a little bit, they would go up to a tree and have a good scratch up against a tree, and the mud sometimes helps to form like a clump, and hopefully that tick will be inside the clump, and the tick will be dislodged with that mud. That is the hope. You can see that secretary bird again flying in the background there. Yeah, so we've been talking about New Year's resolutions and things like that. My New Year's resolution is to not have to mud bath and scratch up against a tree to get ticks off. No jokes. I'd love to see a few new bird species. A Pell's fishing owl is a bird I've long awaited to see. I've hunted far and wide for that bird, and I'm yet to see it. And I think going into the new year now, just to travel and see a few more places, different places. See where the wind takes me. In terms of my favorite animal, one of my favorite animals is a black rhino. And yeah, over the past month I did a little bit of traveling around the country, and I got to a certain spot, and we managed to find a black rhino in a thick sort of stand of sickle bush and things like that. And I love a black rhino for its temperament. You know, white rhino is nice and calm and peaceful and relaxed, but a black rhino is pretty much the opposite. So in terms of behavior, you can sometimes get black rhinos that are a bit nervous. They see you, they run off, or they're a bit more aggressive and they kind of semi-charge the vehicle and they huff and puff. And I love that huffing and puffing, lifting their head very high. And just that more aggressive behavior I really enjoy from a black rhino. And I mean, going, if you want to look to photograph a black rhino, that ear positioning, that head up, I don't know if anybody has experienced that before, of how they tentatively come forward and they kind of scuff the ground and charge at you. And if it's a semi-dusty area, the dust gets kicked up everywhere. And if you can get the sun at the right angle to highlight that dust for your picture, you've got such an emotive picture. Anyways, I didn't get that picture when I saw this black rhino, but I did manage to have a little bit of a charge from it, which I love, a little bit of adrenaline. And in situations like that, you've just got to stay calm. Remember, rhinos are very sensitive to noise. So if you do feel a little bit threatened, you can always tap the side of your vehicle a bit, just to let them know, hey, I'm here, and everything you know, we'll be okay. But rather play on the side of caution, obviously. But a black rhino is definitely one of my favorite animals. Billy, thank you. Yeah, it's definitely a blessing to see a black rhino. Yeah, I feel like to see any rhino is a blessing, you know. The guys are doing so well at the moment to try and obviously protect all our different species of rhinos that we have. So regardless of whether it's a, you know, black rhino, white rhino, Sumatran rhino, Javan rhino, whatever it is, you know, it's any rhino species is always a delight to see. These rhinos are playing a little hard to get here. Let me pan a little bit to the right. There does look to be a giraffe drinking for us. Yeah, so even from this distance here, you can see, look at the horns of that giraffe. You can see they're quite wide, and you can just see the sun just kind of highlighting the hairless patches on top of the horns there before he put his head down, telling us that he's a male. You can see where he's standing, there's a small little grassy section, but that's obviously going to be quite boggy, quite wet underfoot there. So he'd be very careful before he kind of spread his legs out like that to drink. We were obviously having a look at the rhinos while he was obviously scanning the area. But you can imagine if he did get a massive fright from something and he wanted to move quite quickly, how those hooves of his would dig deep into those wet grasses there. Be quite hard to make a quick movement to get away. Lenny, thanks for the question. I have not been to Okokoyo myself. It is definitely on the list. So no, I have not. But I'd love to get there. Obviously a very different landscape from what we've got here at Kariga. So no, I have not, but that would be a dream. I'd love to get there. This giraffe, not quite sure of the direction that he wants to go. Maybe he didn't quench his thirst enough there. Let's have a look and see if he goes back for another bout of drinking. Possibly even looking for some of the shade from that scotia tree we can see there. Oh, he's a beauty. He's a nice dark color markings on him there. Now you can see the wind has really picked up. If you have a look at that scotia tree, you can see the leaves are being blown all over the place.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Wow, that's incredible to see. You see, with the wind pumping quite a lot now, that one giraffe is it's almost quite jumpy, moving around with the wind, almost semi-playful. Guys, I apologize for the camera jumping around slightly. The wind is making it a little bit tough to keep it dead still here, but that is an unbelievably cute scene. And who knows, that big male that we can see on the right hand side, he could potentially even be the father. I mean, who knows? It's hard to tell. Remember, giraffes have that temporary association where the structure of the herd changes all the time. So it is very hard to know who would be the father. So that's just kind of a guess. Down the little one goes. Maybe everybody was moving too fast for this little guy. He needs to have a bit of a break. So if you have a look at the height of the giraffes, obviously tall animals. I have read a few articles, whether it's true or not, it's hard to say, but that the height that they drop from is quite high. I mean, they must be like a meter and a half high. That impact with the ground helps to kickstart the heartbeat of that little giraffe. Whether that's true or not, I mean, it's really hard to say. But I mean, this little youngster is tiny. Shame, he's also finished. Cheryl, can giraffes have dwarfism? Not that I know of, no. You never know. I mean, I guess it's possible, but I haven't seen it myself. I haven't read of it before. I mean, for a small baby giraffe, that is a normal size that we're seeing there. You know, you get genetic abnormalities and things like that. You know, you look at certain melanistic animals and things like that. So I mean, there could potentially be a chance for dwarfism, but I have not heard of it or seen it in giraffes. You know, if you look at the sort of the size of them and height and things like that, obviously your male giraffes are going to be bigger taller than the females, broader. You know, a big male is probably going to be standing around 5.5 meters or so. So a big, tall animal. So in terms of the gestation period for a giraffe, it's going to be around 15 months. So quite a long time. So when that baby does finally arrive and enter the world, it's already quite well developed. You know, you compare that to something like a lion or a leopard. That's going to be in the region of 3 to 3.5 months. So a big difference there. Remember that that youngster needs to be up and moving quite quickly, and I've been lucky enough to see a birth before, and sorry about that there, guys. I've been lucky enough to see a giraffe birth before, and the youngster entered the world, and I timed it. It took quite a while. It took about half an hour before it would stand. Which, I mean, is actually not, you know, it's relatively fast. I have been lucky enough to see a wildebeest birth. That was incredible. I timed it as well. From when it was born, it was 2 minutes 38 seconds. It was up and standing, very wobbly, but up and standing. And I mean, we can see this youngster's been, you know, lying in a bit of a heap for a while. To everybody who's feeling a little bit worried, it's completely fine. You can see the rest of the adults are quite relaxed, just moving around, sniffing a little bit. You know, that little guy's going to be tired, so I'm sure it's just taking a break. See a big buffalo bull moving in the foreground there. So it is an interesting posture in terms of the way that that little giraffe is lying down there. So remember, when a big giraffe lies down, fully grown one is lying down, they tuck their legs in, but they keep their head straight up. They won't lie down with their head on the ground. So remember, giraffes have got quite poor valves in the sort of the top of the neck and head region, in terms of, you know, if they did lie down completely on their side, there would be too much sort of blood rushing towards the head and things like that. So the posture that baby's in, I have never seen an adult in. So to me, that posture is a little bit strange. But you know, how intuitive a lot of the animals are says a lot about health and things like that. And I don't know, to me, you look at these adults and they look quite chilled, quite relaxed, and you'd expect a little baby to get tired quite quickly and quite often. Just gonna zoom out slightly. Hey, we've got another little baby. Gotta be careful he doesn't get mom's breakfast there on its head. Thin, spindly little legs. Look at the length of mom's tail in comparison to the youngsters. Nicole, thanks for the question. In terms of a set breeding season for giraffe, they will try and give birth in summer. You know, in summer the rains have come, the feeding for mama is very good, obviously easier to produce milk then. But it's, I wouldn't say it's as definitive as something like an impala, which, you know, there's usually like a 3-week sort of birthing window. So I wouldn't say it's as set structure. But that's a good question. This little zebra is a bit shy here. Actually quite clever. I think where he's standing, he might be getting, at least zebra, not giraffe, sorry. He might be getting a little bit of shade from mom there potentially. a lovely picture. Look how the background is completely blurred out, and it's a simple, clean picture. You know, your eye straight away goes towards those zebras there. So I'm just waiting for that little foal to finish nursing, and if it could look at us, if mom and that youngster could look at us, that would be the shot. You can only dream. You can see our giraffe right at the back there, still waiting for the little youngster to jump up. We'll go back and have a look here. You can see our little giraffe has got his neck up, having a look around there. Have a look. I'm sure mom's gonna come back and maybe nuzzle up against that little one again. That little giraffe is right out in the sun there. Our big scotia tree's just to the right. There's nice shade there. Would also be a lovely spot for it just to relax, cool down a bit. Oh, but I feel like we've been really lucky. You know, we started with those two rhinos, then we had the secretary bird, then back to the rhinos, kind of mud wallowing around, baby giraffe, baby zebra. Yeah, and I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am. Yeah, so I think let's just stick around here a little longer. It would be amazing to see this young giraffe getting up and potentially moving around again. Just got to have a little bit of patience. And that was a sacred ibis that flew past in the foreground there, that whitish coloured bird. Yeah, I think, and you know, we were talking about the births of animals, that I saw a giraffe birth, a wildebeest birth. You know, I think it purely comes down to the right place at the right time. It's just luck. You know, even with the impalas that have that clear sort of window of 3 weeks. You know, it's still very, very difficult to see a birth. Things like leopards and lions, you know, when they give birth, they will generally go to a thicket, very dense, and obviously they're going to be very protective. So you don't really want to be driving into a dense, thick area because you want to give mom a bit of space, you know. She's obviously feeling vulnerable, and you want to give her the benefit of the doubt, make it as easy as for her as possible. Something like an elephant, you know, it's the whole birthing process is obviously painful. So the female elephant will be trumpeting. There we go, our little one is up, and screaming, and the herd will form a circle around it. Lovely to see a bit of interaction between the two giraffes there. Little guy's having to put his 4x4 on to get up the hill there. And we're going to lose them behind the hill, I think. We've still got mom. She's nice and tall. You can just see the youngster there. Little small chap. Definitely not easy. There's a big clump of bushes just to the right. Potentially mom might stop to do a bit of feeding there, and we might get another view of the small one. Lillian, that's an awesome question. In terms of the involvement of the father raising that youngster, not really. He doesn't really get involved. He'll mate with the female, and then that's kind of it. The female, the mother, must raise that calf. There he goes. Must raise that calf all by herself. So it's tough going, you know. Generally the giraffes will live in herds. You know, males will sometimes move off by themselves, but generally the female will stay within the herd. Kind of moving away a little bit here, but I mean it's she's not too far away from the rest of the herd. Wow, she is on a mission, not even stopping to feed there. You could see she thought about it. And these buffalo, this is the herd that we had wallowing a bit earlier. They've settled down now. Look at this, and on the right hand side coming into frame we've got a wildebeest who thinks he's a buffalo coming to join the club. Ostrich right at the back there. Unfortunately that giraffe is walking off into an area that we just won't see them. But that was lovely to see that little one. It always amazes me with buffaloes as well, in terms of cooling themselves down. They must do such a good job. You know, obviously they're darker colored animals, and you'd think lying right out in the middle of the open area here, they would absolutely bake. I think they'd maybe go down to one of the riverine areas where maybe the sand might even be cool, or even just some shade. So like we talked about earlier, they'll sweat to keep themselves cool. And maybe that's it even is a factor that we need to keep in mind of why they need to drink so much. You know, obviously it's more for digestion of the fibrous grasses and things that they eat, but I'm sure they must sweat a whole lot trying to keep cool right out in the open when it's hot like this. Yeah, I think this was definitely a case of the right place at the right time. Parked in the perfect position to be able to swivel the camera all around and get all that different action that we had. You can see our wildebeest that we talked about, who thought he was a buffalo, still there. Lucas, yes, yeah. All animals will sweat. You know, if you look at, you will obviously get some sort of individuals that can't control their body temperature. You know, you think of like a crocodile. You know, when he gets too hot, he needs to go into the water to cool down. So as far as I know, something like a crocodile will not sweat. I'm going to read up and double check on that, but as far as I know, they won't be sweating, because you know they struggle to control their body temperature, and sweating is a way to control your body temperature. So most of your animals will largely sweat. But thanks, Lucas. That's a good question. So this scene that we've got with the buffalo at the back with that scotia tree there. So that's another nice example of sort of a clean type of image. You know, the buffalo are kind of slightly in the foreground, but I mean, again, if we had to take maybe a portrait shot here of that wildebeest with that tree in the background before he moved off there, you know, it's quite nice. It's simple. Him having moved from where he was initially, can you see how his darker sort of body was more intertwined with the color of the trunk of the tree? Now that he's moved to the side, those greenish grasses there, it's giving what we call subject separation. You can see him a lot clearer, with the outline of his body a lot clearer than branches moving all over his body. So that's something that we take into consideration.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody. Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
very nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
Now it's very interesting to see the dynamics of the herd. That big female that kind of caused the disruption is that one that's just starting to walk to the left there, right in the center of the frame. Her youngster's kind of just behind her to the right. There's that little one. Let's just follow this female a little bit here. See where she gets up to. Her calf is staying put at the back on the right there. So let's have a look and see. All the buffaloes are pretty much to the right hand side of the frame. The only buffalo on the left of the frame is that big one, the mother that we think of, that calf, who might potentially be the pathfinder. Now if she is the pathfinder and there's some type of communication that goes on, we should start to see a lot of the herd drifting to the left here. So let's have a look and see what happens. The movement of the whole herd would obviously be if it's time to go. Obviously she's allowed to move off and graze somewhere if she wants, but it'll be interesting to see. You know, generally your bigger, older males, when the herd is starting to move, generally kind of tag along at the back. Your very old males, your sort of your Duggar boys, they've usually left the herd. You know, 12 years old or so, they've usually mated, they've done what they need to do. So it's usually some of the older, more sort of high-ranking females that would be at the front. I'm just while we're looking at these buffaloes, I'm just keeping an eye on Scotia Dam. I can hear blacksmith lapwing alarm calling quite a lot, and potentially that secretary bird that we saw earlier might be down there somewhere having a drink. There is a little bit of a dip, so I can't see that secretary bird for the moment, but it's kind of what I'm thinking might be causing the stir from those lapwings. Shame, I have seen blacksmith lapwings before that had their eggs right at the edge of the water. So the eggs of blacksmith lapwing are very well camouflaged, cryptic camouflage, and they lay them pretty much right out in the open. And shame, this old buffalo bull came down to this waterhole for a drink. He had his head down and he was just lumbering towards the water. Wanted to get a good drink. He was going from A to B, nothing was stopping him. And in his line, if he kept going on that line, at the water's edge would have been the blacksmith lapwing's eggs. There were 3 of them. And there was a pair of lapwings. The one kind of stayed close to the eggs with the wings fanned out, shouting, yakking. The other individual of the lapwings was dive bombing this buffalo, trying to get it to change course. Shame, and in the end this buffalo walked right on top of the eggs. And I mean, this pair of blacksmith lapwings did everything that they could do to get this buffalo to move off. I mean, it was David versus Goliath. And shame, in this particular circumstance, those lapwings didn't win. See that calf on the left hand side nursing a little bit there. So you can see that every single member of the herd is now up and standing, except that little calf who's just sat down. So maybe this is the sort of the precursor to them potentially getting up to move around. See our big bull right at the back there. And our cow that moved off to the left is now starting to come back and rejoin the herd. She's just joined on the left hand side of the frame there. Size of that male at the back, he is enormous. He must be a good 700 kilos, 750. He is huge. I was having a look at some comparison pictures between the Cape buffalo and bison the other day, which is quite interesting. But that's for another time. I think for the moment, let's take you back to Lisa at Okukuyu.
It's due to the weather that is most probably still coming, but the weather from this morning that we had in Okakoyo. So hopefully this giraffe, will be a beacon now to the other animals and let it know or let them know that it is safe now. All is well. But of course, we never know what's going out there in the bush. We don't know if they know that there's more weather coming. Do they sense it? Are they cold perhaps? Are they scared? Might of course be due to the wind. But I have to say, even that hasn't really deterred the animals before to stay away from the water. So this really is a first for me on Escape to Nature. And this is by far the longest we've gone at this waterhole without too much animal activity. But that's alright, at least we've got a giraffe. But definitely very, very vigilant, this cow. Of course, giraffes, before they really approach anything, they do make extra sure that it will be safe. But specifically when they are coming to drink water, she doesn't necessarily know, even though she has probably been here several times. She does not know if there is perhaps a crocodile in this water, if there is anything dangerous hiding or lurking behind the bushes where she just cannot see it. So she has to make very, very sure of her circumstances and any potential risks, of course, going into that very awkward position. Ethan, you would like to know what do giraffe vocalizations sound like? That is a very good question, and one I cannot answer you because I've actually had debates about this where people have said they do vocalize and other people said they don't vocalize. For me personally, however, I have never heard a giraffe vocalizing, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. But perhaps you have heard one, perhaps it was like a slight whistle. I know some people say they whistle. Others say they sort of bellow. But for me personally, I have not heard one yet. So if you do know something that I don't, please do let me know. I would love to hear from you. He's not ready yet. Come on, lady, you can do it. Oh, but how cute was that baby giraffe in Kariga? It was so tiny. And no. I check again. And 1 and 2 and ooh, you see, that's my excuse me, my resolution, being able to hold my breath longer. And whew, I'm gonna die. Nearly lost my breath there. I almost made it. At least I don't have to do a lion drinking. Jeez. I've seen a lion drinking for literally 10 minutes straight. So, yes, not going to attempt that. Just making sure this giraffe is in fact just being frantic, or vigilant I should say. I thought perhaps something else was also approaching, but she seems to just be making sure of the Homo sapiens and the surroundings and everything else that's going on around her. Come on, beautiful. One, 2, 3, 4. Ugh, I don't take enough breath before I do that. Okay, I'm not doing that anymore. But of course they have rather large mouths in comparison to a lion, for instance, that I was referring to now. And of course lions, you know, can only take so little water at a time, which is why it seems like they drink forever when they do in fact approach a water hole. But giraffes, luckily, they can sort of slurp it up. There's a video last year that went viral about a giraffe that sort of had like a cyst on its face, and eventually that created a whole hole in its cheek or in its face. And there's this video of this giraffe drinking water bowl, but of course whilst it's drinking, you know, the water's just sort of falling out on the side as well. But again, that giraffe is still alive, still carrying on. Adapt adapt and survive. That is what they do. I think we should not just adapt and survive, but we should adapt and thrive. Just do everything with... She's thirsty, sorry. I looked away for a second and I thought she's moving on. Will she take another drink? Or will she move on now? I think she's probably gonna move on. Oh, look at that. I'm right for once. Perhaps not. She is a woman after all. She might change her mind now in that split second. What did I tell you? She's a woman. She changed her mind. Troy, you would like to know what is the weirdest or the most surprising thing I've seen a giraffe do? Whew, that is an interesting question. I'm just trying to think now. For me personally, as I say, I've seen some very interesting footage, with lions hunting giraffe and all of that. But for me personally, that I have experienced on safari. Oh, you know what I have? I actually have to send those guests of mine a Happy New Year message. I have not spoken to them in a while, but we were on the road was called Bispat. And we literally just wanted to get back to the lodge. Like, it had been not a long day, but like a very exciting day, an action-filled day. So we just wanted to go back to the lodge and have dinner and just take it easy. And now this particular road that I'm referring to on this reserve that I was working on, Bispat, was such a long road. It went all the way from the northwest all the way down to the southwest. Now, of course, there are various turn-offs, but for some or other reason, there's one stretch that doesn't have like a junction or a link road that you can take as a shortcut to get to another road. And I skipped the last junction, and I thought, no, it's fine. And the next thing, we had this male giraffe walking in front of the vehicle. And I promise you, it was so set on, just staying in the road. And of course, they do have, it is their habitat and it's their home. So who are we to sort of, try and push an animal off the road or anything? But I eventually, because the giraffe was literally walking in the middle of the road. And I eventually, just tried to sort of go around it, not pushing it off, but just sort of loop around it. I even went off road a little bit. And this giraffe literally stopped, and as it stopped, I didn't want to carry on because I didn't want it to chase us or anything. And as it stopped, I stopped because it was like this weird moment of like, okay, are you going? Are we going? What's happening? And it literally just had like this little stomp, and then just sort of shook its head and walked off into the bush. But it did it with so much sass. I wish you could see it. It was, and I know it doesn't sound very fascinating. I'm sure many of you have seen much more fascinating things when it comes to giraffe, but it was just, we literally laughed the whole way home because it was just so funny the way this giraffe sort of threw a tantrum and just like sort of told us off by, you know, doing this hissy fit and, excuse me, this is my road. But eventually, you know, it went off to the bush. But I promise you, this was probably a good 15 minutes that we sat behind this giraffe. So, but yes, I'll keep thinking. You caught me off guard a little, but that was definitely one of my more memorable moments. Just because of and again, you know, that's really, you can have memorable moments with anything in life. You just have to make it memorable yourself. But I will never ever forget that giraffe tantrum. Another fascinating sighting I've had is, I actually took a photograph of this as well. But it was a tiny giraffe, and it came across an impala carcass, or skull at least. But the funny thing was the neck skin was still intact, as well as the horns. But this baby giraffe is just sort of staring at it, and as it looked to me, I took a photo, and it's literally got this look of, like, I swear I found him like this, I didn't do anything. But again, that's just us, you know, sort of trying to relate to animals by implicating human emotion to them as well. But quite a few interesting giraffe moments. I've also been, like Nick, I've also been fortunate to see a giraffe birth. I have I've seen lions hunt a giraffe, unfortunately, which is not a lot of fun, but it really is very impressive when you see an animal of this size and weight and just raw power, and then you see cats that are much smaller than them. And just by using sheer strategy and communication, of course, you know, they knew exactly what each member was doing, and they actually took the giraffe down. But it wasn't fun. It never is fun to see a hunt. But it definitely is very exhilarating.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
I honestly never thought I would say this, but or see this. Just one animal, literally midday. I've never experienced this at Okokoyo. But again, as I said, at least we do have a giraffe here, and that just really makes us reflect on how grateful we must be when we do have all of the springboks and all of the zebras and all of the wildebeests and oryx, etc., etc. when they do come to the waterhole. Mother Nature is just reminding us. But it is such a beautiful day here in Okokoyo. And it really is so, so, so peaceful. And there she goes. She's had enough. Time to say goodbye. It's so sad. That truly is such a sad song. Now, Giraffe, come back later. We would love to see you again. And please tell your friends in the bush that are obviously hiding or recovering from, I don't know, a waterhole hangover or whatever it is you guys call it. Tell them to come and say hello to all of us and Happy New Year. Dit is hoogtyd, which means it's about time. I can understand if you sleep in a little bit late, sort of just get that extra rest, because of course, you know, we did all go to bed after midnight, but really now, it is a full 12 hours later. Wake up. There she goes. There she goes again. You see, the animals are driving me to karaoke now. Then you know. Then you know. But I like it. I have to say, I'm actually very grateful that we are having such a peaceful day here in Okokoyo. As I say, it just makes us sit back and just really realize how lucky we are to see all of the general game and then everything else when we do in fact see them. I miss our quillias, for instance. A couple of days ago, you know, we were constantly seeing them, flocks of thousands every 5 minutes coming and going. And where are they now? She just abandoned us. She just left us. Okay, I'm gonna cry and try to call some of the animals and try and convince them just to quickly come say hello at Okokoyo. And while I do so, I'm gonna send you over to Nick, who's still got his beautiful buffaloes.
Oh, we've got some more buffaloes that have come down to the little mud wall.
Well, nothing has changed yet. Sorry about that. We'll try to get Nick back with these beautiful buffaloes. But yes, I have just been, actually just before you came back to me, I wanted to start scanning the tree lines and make sure we do not have any visitors approaching. Perhaps a feline or a hephalumpus or you know what, I'll even settle for an oryx. See, this is the thing. This is how Mother Nature just teaches you every now and again. It's a springbok. Look at us. We're winning at life. We've got a springbok. The lesser spotted springbok in Okukuyo. It's odd as well that it's just one. They tend to be herd animals, or group animals for the most part. I think you two should become friends. I honestly never thought I would be that excited to see a springbok here in Okukuyo. It just goes to show. But wait, there's another springbok. Literally just to the left of the tree. And that's how it goes on safari, you know. Sometimes you can, and I've experienced this often with guests on my vehicle as well. Sometimes you have a safari and you literally see everything within the first 2 hours. And the problem with that is, especially if you have someone that's experiencing safari for the first time, is they expect that to be the sort of result or outcome every single time, because you've now just been lucky, right time, right place. And then other times you can go a whole safari of easily 3-4 hours without seeing a mere impala, like we have seen today here in Okukoyo. We have not yet even seen an oryx. Not even an elephant hiding in the bushes. Let's play I Spy, but we make up animals. Like a giraffe, a rhinotaurus, or... you see, this is what happens. Lisa starts talking nonsense.
Oh, we've got another little member to our concentration of animals here. Oh no, off he trots. Here we go, little warthog for us. Joining the bandwagon. We'd been feeding next to the vehicle for a few little minutes there, and I think potentially the sound of my voice caught his attention, and he moved off there. But still, we've got him in frame. It's lovely. Our zebras in the background. Bang, midday. It's hot, and you know, you read in a lot of textbooks and things that midday everybody's kind of sleeping. And look, we've got warthog feeding, we've got buffalo feeding, we've got zebra in the background there feeding. Those two on the right kind of having a little bit of a bonding session going on there. Oh, a lovely group of animals together. So those buffalo that we saw earlier, we had a quick glimpse, and then a massive gust of wind. I think it played games with our signal, and they've kind of moved off from that little waterhole of where they were at, and they're now doing a little bit of feeding themselves. I'll scratch your back if you scratch mine. Nice little scene here. tail swishing to get some of the flies and things away. Yeah, I remember for some of the zebras we see them without tails, and that's often from male zebra competing with each other, fighting with each other, and they kind of bite the tail of the other one off, and you can see how nice and long that tail is of the zebra. Awesome little utensil for chasing off flies and muggies and things like that. You can imagine for those males who get their tails bitten off, that's a big loss, you know. They'll still have that muscle memory of flicking their little stump, but they've got no fly swatter to do the trick. It's been very interesting to see how we've got quite a good concentration of buffaloes just to the right hand side, and obviously the zebras and the warthog and things like that. Buffaloes are kind of methodically been moving through the area, and there's a pair of Cape Longclaws that are starting to dart around here looking for little insects that are being disrupted by the bigger bodied animals. Nina, thanks for the question. In terms of the age that zebras live, I guess it depends upon when the lions get them. No, zebras will live for should be around 15 years or so, somewhere there. You know, you look at a lot of your sort of your antelope species and things like that, even the buffaloes we were talking about this morning. Sort of 12-15 years is usually quite a good age to get to. Just gonna pan to the right hand side a little bit here. We've got our zebra youngster again. Staying very close to mom. The wind has now picked up quite a lot, and it's been interesting to see. He earlier in the day would be moving around a little bit more, stay a little bit further away from mom, and it's been quite evident now with this wind picking up how sticking very close to mom. I guess you can see there is that buffalo very close by. I mean, that's a big bodied animal, you know, going to feel nice and secure and safe next to mom there. And have a look how clean he still is, you know. He's very much black and white, whereas mom's obviously been rolling around a little bit more in the dirt, got a bit more of that sort of that orangey color to her. Warthog walking at the bottom of the frame. Yeah, and if you have a look at that little youngster, look at his small little mane standing straight up. So remember, when you're looking at you want to determine the health of a zebra, one of the main sort of areas you want to look at is the mane. If it's standing nice and straight upwards, that's a good healthy animal. If it's kind of flopping over to the side, might be a few issues there. Remember, because of the stomach composition of the zebra producing lots of gases, zebras are usually quite bloated, or always bloated. So you will never really see the ribs and things like that of a zebra. So that's why looking at the mane is such a good option. Yolanda, thanks for the question. Are zebras the least sort of aggressive herbivores? Sure. I mean, you look at them now and they're definitely quite peaceful. Whoopsie. But I've seen zebras get into a fight before, and it's anything but peaceful. Yeah, I guess it's the time of the year, you know. Are the males competing with each other? You know, are there any females in estrus? Because I mean, males can really have a good kick at each other and bite and things like that. I'm just trying to think, you know. Obviously, impalas, they're quite a nice, peaceful animal until the males get into a rut. So I guess it really depends upon the time of the year. When the males are not fighting and things like that, you know, trying to steal other females from different harems and things like that, yeah, I'd probably say they are quite a peaceful animal. See, that buffalo at the front is one of the younger ones. He's got the more straighter horns, not sort of fully developed yet. No, I'm just thinking about some of the antelope species and things like that. I mean, I've never seen like a little red duiker or a common duiker fighting with each other. Quite secretive animals though, you know, moving around. If you think of a red duiker, quite often in quite thick areas. So you know, there's obviously a very good likelihood that they do fight, but most often just when we don't see them. Kudu are magnificent antelope as well. Yeah, the males have got those big, beautiful spiraled horns. I've never seen kudu fight either. When they're not fighting, and you've got a big male kudu sort of walking along in the late afternoon light, they're beautiful animals as well. Regal, very regal animals. Lewis, in terms of, I think your question was at what age will a male leave a herd to join a bachelor herd? Little bit later on in life. You know, males joining bachelor herds is usually going to be sort of later on in life, once they've passed their peak of around 10 years. In terms of a sort of a female leaving to join a bachelor herd, not a very common thing. You know, females are usually staying within the main herd itself. So your male's probably going to be leaving closer to somewhere around 10 years or so. You know, by the time he's got to sort of 10 years, 11 years, he's fully developed. He's big. He should have at that point had enough time to compete with other rival males in order to mate and pass on his bloodline. Or at least, even if he hasn't mated, to compete, you know, to try. By the time, you know, a male gets to 10, 11, physically he's not what he was when he was 7. And you know, there's younger guys moving up the ranks that are just in physically better shape than an older bull is. So at that kind of age they start to move away a bit. You know, the herd's usually moving a bigger distance, you know, from the best feeding grounds to good solid reliable water sources, and backwards and forwards. You know, by the time the males, the bulls, get to that sort of 11-year mark, by that age they've quite often got lots of wounds, lots of scars. You know, the body's starting to slow down a little bit, and they quite enjoy just wallowing in the water. And generally those bachelor herds, you know, of the Duggar boys, don't really they don't really move around as much. You know, obviously when the males are younger, they may form those little bachelor groups, kind of loosely following herds and things like that as well. Sort of 3 years, 4 years. Remember, by the time a male gets to the age of around 6, he's quite big already.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
Yeah, so photographically we've got quite a nice sort of angle where we are right now. We're relatively low down, a little dip here. So we've got a nice view kind of straight across. You can see earlier we were talking about subject separation and things like that. And you can see here kind of mostly got some of the bums of the buffalo towards us. You know, there isn't much sort of focus of them looking towards us in terms of creating a really great picture. The lighting looking from where I am parked now, looking towards the buffalo, is definitely better than if I was parked on the other side of them, looking back towards these buffalo. So that's one of the reasons why I've parked this side, just because it's definitely easier on the eye. But it's been a nice progression throughout the day with this herd of buffalo. You know, with the little ones that we talked about moving around, using the mothers as scratching posts, watching some of them coming down to the little mud wallows, deciding whether to roll around in the mud or not, have a drink, move on. I'm going to see what these buffaloes get up to, and in the meantime we're going to link you across to Lisa.
Thank you, Nick. We have got some impala still at the beautiful Gowrie Dam, and then a stunning big warthog. And the reason I say so, initially when the zoomy spotted it, I honestly thought it was a wildebeest, but it wasn't this close, in my defense. But fairly big warthog this, and of course a boar or male. And of course we know with warthogs we don't tend to look at the tusks, you know, to sort of see who's got tusks and who don't, because both male and female do have tusks when it comes to warthogs. But this boar, you can see, he's got a massive set of tusks. Oh, not tusks, warts under his eyes, and then he's got another set between those warts and then the tusks, of course, which indicates that it's a male. Female warthogs just have one set of warts. This is definitely, I know we talk about this numerous times on safari and on Escape to Nature. It is definitely not something you want to mess with. Just like anything else, you know, for the most part, if they feel threatened or provoked in any manner, they will run away. But if they do not have the chance to run away and they actually come for you, of course, they've got impressively strong skulls, because they do feed off roots and bulbs. And so their skulls are actually like a shovel. They dig up all of that when they need to underground, basically. But then also the actual tusks can be very, very dangerous. I'm sure you've heard numerous stories from numerous guides and naturalists how a warthog has either slit a leopard's throat or broken a guide's legs, because of course they do live in termite mounds or old termite mounds. And what they do is when they actually go in at night, they sort of reverse themselves in. so that should they need to quickly evade or escape something, they can just run out straight, as opposed to, you know, just beep, 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 coming out in the morning and then sort of making their way out for the day. So that is just a defense mechanism or safety precaution. But yes, if you are ever on a bushwalk and you're perhaps with a guide or anything, if they do make the mistake, which I highly doubt, but if they do make the mistake of saying, oh, let's take a look at this old termite mound and see if it's still active, be very, very careful and vigilant, because you never know if there is in fact a warthog still in that. I've done that on safari in a vehicle, you know, where I stop next to a termite mound and sort of just see if you can see a snake in there, or perhaps some aardvark tracks or pangolin tracks. And then with you stopping, that warthog gets a fright and then bolts out. When I say bolt, they are very, very fast. So you can just imagine, if you are actually on foot, you are not going to be having the time of your life. And then, of course, our impalas are still around, as well as a wildebeestie. And I don't know what's happening with Ukukuyo, but it's very, I don't know. I've convinced myself now that, you know, it's definitely a hangover. Excuse me, just had to sneeze. But no, it's by far the most, I don't want to say quiet, the most less action-filled days that I've ever had in Ukukuyo. But luckily, Juma is being very, very nice to us. We actually had one of our awesome Zoomies that's helping us out right now offer to dress up like an elephant and, you know, of course, go to Ukukuyo. But our time is a bit limited, you know. If we made that plan this morning, we would have made it, but we are not going to be making it now. Erin, you are saying warthogs are actually so cute. You can't believe they are part of the Ugly Five. I know. I agree with you. I would actually replace a warthog with a hippo, and I know a lot of people are going to scold me now. Don't get me wrong. I love hippos. I think they are utterly fascinating animals. I think they are, of course, very powerful and majestic animals, and I have a lot of respect for them. But when a hippo is on land, it's not a very pretty animal. Let's not kid each other, especially the tail. It's such a weird animal. But warthogs, I mean, I like them. For me personally, I love warthogs, especially the babies. But of course, you know, this morning we had one of the small five, which was, of course, a leopard tortoise. We heard some buffalo weavers in the background. And then now we have got a wildebeest and a warthog, which, believe it or not, is... Sorry, I thought I saw something. Which are both part of the Ugly Five. So the Ugly Five is the wildebeest, warthog, vulture, marabou stork, and... What am I missing? I've done a blog on this last year. Hyena, look at you, Tariwa. Yes, hyena spots. But that is also something I don't know, it's just probably because I think I have a huge love for hyenas. So to me, it's not really understandable how they can be part of the big five. But I mean, I guess I'm contradicting myself when I say that, because a hippo to me is not a pretty animal, but they are very fascinating animals. So hyena it is, unfortunately. But if you could make an ugly five or majestic five or pretty five, what would yours be? And it doesn't just have to be African animals. As I mentioned this morning, you know, we tend to think that, you know, this is Wild Earth, so we just think about the African animals, or we just think about wildlife in itself, but all animals really do matter. whether you find yourselves in the States or Australia or wherever you find yourself. Oh, our warthog is going to take a nap now. We'll get back to the warty just now. My director Tadiwa is saying the rollers should definitely be part of the Pretty Five. I agree. I mean, there's so many beautiful things and odd things, and you can actually make so many lists of, you know, the animals. You can make a Pretty Five for birds, and a Pretty Five for mammals, and a Pretty Five for fish. It really is endless. I can tell you now, Taylor will make a Pretty 50 for beetles. So it really is. And again, you know, that just shows us we must truly have appreciation for everything, whether they are part of the small five or the ugly five or the big five or the majestic seven or magnificent seven. There really is so many things, and you can make your own list. I mean, go on safari and tell your guide, I want to see the awesome 10 or the tremendous 10. And they're probably going to give you a very strange look, but then you just tell them, it's your own list. You've got a list. You can even have the loud five. My loud five would definitely be Hadida, crow, Egyptian goose, blacksmith lapwing, and what else? I guess we can throw in a woodlands kingfisher, because even though they are beautiful and they've got a beautiful call, it is very loud, so I guess that would suffice for definitely being part of the loud five. This is my personal opinion. I mean, you might completely disagree with me and say something else, and that is the beauty, of course, about Escape to Nature. It's a discussion. It's not me just telling you this is this or that is that, or Nick as well, you know, telling you you have to use the setting on your camera when you do this. We are just chatting. And of course, we love to hear from you too. I wonder if our... Oh no. I was just about to say, I wonder if our warthog is still napping. That seems like a different warthog though. No, that is definitely the same warthog that we saw attempting to take a nap. My friend, you see, I would not be able to be a warthog. My naps are not 2 minutes long. I sleep for 5 hours and then I wake up wondering what millennium it is. How did I get here? Sorry, Teddy. Well, I literally just heard from Kevin, do female impalas rot? Yes, if, you know, they had a disease or something and something. No, my apologies. No, they do not rut, Kevin. So rutting season is, of course, you know, when the males are sort of going through their whole, how would you call it? Calling their inner ego and challenging each other for, of course, dominance. So in that process, they spar, which we, of course, see when they fight with their horns. And that's not just, of course, what we're looking at right now is not impala. These are nyalas, but they do the same. The males will actually use their horns to establish dominance, to try and intimidate each other, to be the bigger male, just like we saw with the elephants yesterday in Okokweya. I don't know if you were with us for that, but it was very, very interesting. We literally had 2 pairs of elephant bulls, and much like humans, you know, the one sort of made trouble and then he just took off, and the friend had to sort it out with 2 other elephants. So very, very interesting when it comes to animals. But no, females do not, Kevin. But thank you for your question. And of course, like Kevin, you can also send your questions or suggestions or comments or your resolution. We are not calling it a New Year's resolution, but just what's your resolution for not just the year, but from now on? Are you going to be saving water as much as you can? Are you perhaps going to start recycling? Are you perhaps going to start an initiative in your neighborhood to pick up litter, which, believe me, is a very annoying thing. I actually used to be a facilitator in high school for school camps. And of course, after church camp or, you know, school camp or whatever, you would tell the kids, okay, we're going to walk through the whole property now and we're going to pick up litter and papers and everything. And some of the kids would get so infuriated, you know, saying, but I didn't throw that paper there. Yes, I know, fair enough. But at the end of the day, you know, even if it is unfortunately just one person littering, it is going to affect us all. And again, you know, I myself am guilty. Sometimes you do walk past a paper and you're in a hurry and you think, okay, well, I'll pick it up later. But what we don't see is when birds and other animals start ingesting that. And at the end of the day, it is our responsibility. It is our fault. But yes, I really do believe it will be a beautiful year. And again, you know, as I said earlier on today, let's not just celebrate birthdays and Easter and Christmas and New Year's, etc., 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 Mother's Day, all of that. I have to say that's something that has always irritated me, is these holidays that we make specifically, contributing to mothers or to fathers or Valentine's Day. I know there is, of course, a lot of tradition and a lot of history behind it. Just like with New Year's, just like with Christmas and everything, but I think let's just challenge ourselves and try and celebrate something every single day. Even if you just celebrated that you walk 10 steps or whatever it is. Even if you just celebrate drinking one glass of water, let me be clear. 1 glass of water more than you did yesterday, or whatever the case is. I don't know what your resolutions are, I don't know what your plans are, but definitely just making every day a celebration. And remember, you are human, we are all human. We are not going to be perfect. We're never going to be perfect. And I promise you, you are not going to meet your requirements and resolutions and plans every single day. Some days you are going to be more tired than the next. Some days you really just are not going to be in the mood to recycle. Or you might be a little bit tired that day to go volunteer, which is fine. You are human. But we should definitely not let that become an excuse and, again, fall in a rut and stagnate and just sort of chill it out the whole year like these impalas. LG7, good afternoon. Good to hear from you. Thank you. You are saying you hope in 2023 you hope I will be as funny and interesting. I hope so too, and I think my friends and family hope so too. No. I think my loved ones will actually be hoping I calm down a little bit, because I can be very overbearing, believe me. If I have too much energy or too little energy, there's no in between for me. But thank you. I will try my best for you. And of course, none of this is possible. I know we say this time and again, but we really do mean it. Not just the naturalists, but the tech teams, the directors, all of us really, really, really appreciate all of you spending your time with us, sending us your questions, comments, suggestions, and just sharing your love for wildlife with us. I think that is such an incredible connection that we all have. And it's amazing how we can actually all be connected without physically having met each other, or even really knowing each other's backgrounds or anything. None of that matters, because we all share a common interest, and that is our absolute love and appreciation for wildlife.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Ooh, no. Ooh, no, no, no. I'm just getting irritated just by watching this bird. Get off her. She doesn't want you on her. You're annoying. She's trying to nap. It's a persistent little thing. Goodness. Choose another antelope. Or impala at least. And this is, of course, what I was referring to this morning when I said, antelope literally means beautiful eyes. You can really see it with these guys. These guys and the nyalas. They're such delicate, elegant animals. Ugh. Imagine you are a ram and you have to listen to all of these ladies. Make sure all of them are okay and protected. Make sure all of their needs are met. Oh, no, it sounds exhausting. No wonder leopards do what they do. Just live solitary, do their own thing. Meet up for the reproductive requirements and then... Hey, guy. Good luck with 2023. These are quite a few females to look after. And youngsters. I can't believe how big the youngsters have already gotten. It's quite scary. CV, you would like to know if oxpeckers help animals when they actually have wounds. So, no, not at all. That is actually when it becomes a parasitic... Parasitic? Yes. Symbiotic relationship as opposed to the mutualism. So they will keep pecking at that wound and never allow it to actually heal. Because of the blood and the parasites and everything that constantly then comes out of it. So no, they do not help them. The only time they help them is when they actually, comb them through and feed off the ticks and the parasites and everything else. But when there is an actual wound, it is not so nice, no. But that's a good question, Stevie. Stop pouting. This is a video. This is not a photo, my friend. I'm not sure, but I think I see an elephant. Not too sure. Yes! It is an elephant. Thought you can hide from us. Okay, correction. It's the back of an elephant, but it's an elephant nonetheless. I will take what I can get. It's going to be interesting now. Hopefully this elephant shows itself very soon and we can see the tusk structure. Because earlier on we did also see a beautiful elephant. It was a unicorn. It just had one tusk. But eventually left into the bushes. I don't think it's the same elephant. This one seems fairly large. What is that? Oh, it's a nyala. And so, no, it is not the same elephant. Because this one is not a unicorn, but it's a beautiful elephant. Just look at that profile. You can see the nyalas there in the background. Just busy with their display ritual where they go through the pilo erection, make themselves look bigger. Hi, Heffalump. Man, I actually just want to keep quiet and just take in this scene. Because again, how privileged and lucky are we to be able to watch these animals every single day. Not just on Escape to Nature, of course, we have the opportunity every single day with the help of our awesome Zoomies as well to just observe these animals and just appreciate them in their natural habitat. This is definitely by far one of the biggest elephants I've seen personally on the dam cam. I'm sure our Zoomies and our viewers have seen much bigger probably, but for me personally, this is a monster. That has got to be one of my favorite things, elephants drinking. Well, elephants anything, full stop. Drinking, splashing, sleeping, eating. I've honestly seen many elephants in my life, but this has got to be one of the most impressive elephants I've ever seen. Oh, good scratch. Just a quick one. Rest the trunk. How incredible is this? And if you're wondering, we are not at all zoomed in. This Ellie is just deciding to literally feed over here. Apparently this is the best spot for some good snacks. But you can actually see the indents on the skull. You can see the eyelashes, the scratch marks from the branches and thorns and everything obviously that they move through throughout their life. Oh man, this is just so cool. This has literally now made my day. We'll just see. Hopefully the tree doesn't swallow him. And I'm sure you just heard it. Letting go of some wind. But we'll just see, you know, sometimes this tree has a tendency to swallow the animals. It's like you go through a closet and you end up in Narnia. They never come back out. Sinak, you are welcome. You are saying what an amazing close-up. You are very welcome. And we have the Ellie and the Zoomy to thank. Honestly, I did not do much. I just absolutely appreciated it. But thank you to the Ellie, of course, you know, giving us such a nice close-up, coming to feed specifically here. And make no mistake, he definitely hears the camera and all of that. Often we'll see the elephants actually reacting to the to the camera itself, but he was not too bothered by it. Peekaboo. Now, as I say, I've been going to the Sabi Sands since I was a young girl, and that's got to be one of the biggest elephants I've seen. Jamie, you would like to know if their skin is as rough as it seems. So make no mistake, elephants and rhinos, for instance, have really thick skin, or tough skin, I can say, to be able to, endure going through bushes with thorns and twigs and everything that might potentially scratch them. But they do have very sensitive skin. So they can literally feel when a parasite or anything like that is even perching on the skin itself. So they do have very tough skin, but very sensitive skin. However, that being said, I want to see if I can quickly show you. So the skin itself, as I say, is very tough. So basically where we see the wrinkled skin. But then at the back of the ears, you can actually see the vein structure. Now, I'm sure all of you know by now that that is how elephants cool themselves down. They've got a massive vein structure in the ears, and the more they flap the ears, the more they will cool down the body, because that is now circulating more blood and actually regulating the body temperature. But that skin behind the ear, you cannot believe how soft and how warm it is. It literally feels like velvet. And I've had the privilege of being able to feel that and touch it, and it really is so soft. But remember, when they go through the bush, their ears are of course against the body. So that is why that skin never really gets damaged or scratched by thorns and twigs and branches and all of that, unless they are opening the ears. The ears are for the most part protected against the body.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Oh wow, that's definitely a first. Those impalas are so relaxed. Generally animals will, sort of tend to give the elephants, whether it's one elephant or a whole herd, they will tend to sort of give them space. But as I say, I think the impalas had a rough night. They are a bit hungover. They are just taking it easy. Had a bit too much damn water last night. Too little sleep. They were pronking around and jumping around. Elephant. Well, believe it or not, we are slowly coming to that sad time of the day where we have to make peace with the fact that we are now greeting each other. It has come to the end of Escape to Nature. And even though Ukukuyo has been surprisingly quiet in comparison to, most days that we have there, it has been a brilliant day. And of course the lovely Juma as well, giving us some elephants. And then of course Nick with all of his things that were going on today. His baby giraffe, his secretary bird, buffaloes, baby buffalo rubbing against mom's rear end or cuddling. I don't know what it was doing. We can never really know. But it really has been such an awesome day. And thank you so much, as always, for listening me blab on about how we should be changing ourselves for the better good of Mother Nature. But again, as I say, let's not just do this because it's the new year and because we are now having a clean slate and having the mindset of that. But let's just say from now on, not for 2023, but rather from now on, I will be recycling, or I will be closing the tap when I'm brushing my teeth, and I don't need to use that water that is now just wasting. Or perhaps I'm going to be volunteering at an animal shelter, or I'm going to be following more pages on social media to educate myself about animals. Or I'm going to follow more shows, like Escape to Nature. So tune in for Penguin Beach or Sunset Safari or Sunrise Safari. I know it's not always possible wherever we find ourselves all over the world. But yes, definitely. And definitely I challenge and I urge all of you as well. I'm going to see what I can teach the naturalists tomorrow. Because we can definitely all learn from each other, of course. So, as always, thank you for a wonderful day on Escape to Nature. From myself, Lisa, your waterhole naturalist. Thank you so much. And then, of course, from Nick in Kariga, that gave us some good tips again today on photography and videography and all of that. It's always interesting. As I say, I myself am not a pro, but it's always interesting, to hear someone talk about that sort of passion and what you can do and what you should do. But it really has been a super awesome day. These oxpeckers, really? You see, this is why I was created as a lesser spotted Homo sapien. And not a wildebeest or an impala or a buffalo that can have an oxpecker in my ear, because I will not stand for that nonsense. But as always, it has been a beautiful day, and we will see you again definitely tomorrow for Escape to Nature, same time, same place. And thank you so much for sharing your new year with us. We really appreciate it. And of course, if you can and if you like, do stay tuned for Penguin Beach after this. And then Sunset Safari. And tomorrow we do it all again. Sunrise Safari, Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, Sunset Safari. All of the fun we have. But again, it's never possible without any of you. So from myself, from Nick, from the whole Wild Earth team, we really want to thank you. We really want to wish you a happy new year. We hope it's going to be a good one. We know it's going to be filled with epic sightings, lots of funny moments with all of the naturalists, and of course with all of you. And again, thank you so much for being a part of the Wild Earth family. We really value and appreciate all of you. And from myself, Lisa, thank you for endearing me today and my silliness with all of the silence that we had in Ukukuyo. And of course, my beloved Mashatu is still down for now, but that's all right. Hopefully, soon enough, it will be up and running. But have a beautiful day and Happy New Year.